Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Former British Prime Minister Tony Blair has been urged to reveal details of his Gaza talk with Trump. Meanwhile, a deadly school shooting in the US sparks renewed debate over gun laws. And Kyiv suffers its deadliest attack in weeks as Russian strikes kill at least 19 people, including children. Now to our top story. Health officials say Israeli forces killed at least 16 Palestinians and wounded dozens across Gaza today as residents reported intensified bombardment in the suburbs of Gaza City. This comes after former British Prime Minister Tony Blair joined President Trump at the White House to discuss post-war plans for the Palestinian territory. Ed Davey, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, is now calling for the former Prime Minister to give evidence to Parliament about what was discussed. For more on this, I'm joined from Washington, D.C. by Rina Shah, political strategist and on-air analyst. Rina, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, is it a huge surprise that Tony Blair attended the White House for talks on the future of Gaza, given his expertise in this particular region?
Well, certainly Blair's expertise brings credibility, but it also raises a lot of questions. As a former Republican campaign strategist, I see Tony Blair's role in Trump's Gaza talks as a double-edged sword. His experience as a Middle East envoy after 2007 definitely gives Trump's team a seasoned voice on rebuilding Gaza. Axios, the publication, has reported that he's been advising Steve Witkoff for months. But Blair's ties to a think tank linked to that Trump Riviera idea, which was floated about relocating Gazans. That is what has sparked the most skepticism in me, at least. And where I grew up, we value straight talk. So Trump needs to clarify Blair's role here to avoid looking like he's outsourcing policy to foreign elites.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And let's touch on Tony Blair's think tank. Obviously worked on a post-war Gaza plan that included a Trump Riviera, which is being so provocative. Are there concerns that this plan could actually be back on the table now that we know Tony Blair is in the mix?
Well, I've also worked with a number of Republican and independent candidates who know that communities across the globe want results, not just here in America. And they also want talk that is not rooted in dreamlike endeavors. So Trump's meeting with Blair and Jared Kushner, and that's again per Reuters News there, it was focused on food aid and hostages, which is critical as Gaza faces famine. But his earlier Riviera talk, turning Gaza into a resort, essentially, feels really disconnected when kids are starving. And that's, again, per UN reports. So I have to say this. I learned service starts with the vulnerable from a very young age. That's something that's been rooted in me. And I believe, this is my worldview, essentially, that any plan has to prioritize security and aid over flashy projects. And it has to invite, sort of local voices. And I know that sounds a little vague, but you can't just have outsiders like Tony Blair at the table. So I look forward to seeing what this White House will do, because I know that this is a hot topic issue as we approach the 2026 midterms. Voters are demanding, particularly on the Republican side, America First policies. So Blair advising Trump really risks alienating the Republican base if it looks like a foreign ex-prime minister is steering Gaza's future on behalf of America.
As these diplomatic talks take place, Israel is continuing its bombardment of Gaza. And as you just said to me, the humanitarian situation in the country needs to be at the forefront of everyone's mind, because we're hearing daily of deaths due to malnutrition. So, Rina, my question is, right now, do you not think it's too premature for the White House to be talking about the day after, when it just remains unclear to me, to the audience, and to everyone out there what the plan is now, what Israel's military plans actually are?
Well, the Gaza crisis, with over 62,000 deaths since 2023, and that's per Gaza health authorities, it's a humanitarian disaster. We all know it. We're all seeing it in real time. And with Tony Blair's input on aid, as was discussed in the White House meeting, it's urgent. This talk of getting aid to Gazans is urgent because tanks are rolling into Gaza City. But as an analyst, I've seen how politics can stall progress. And Trump's promise to end the war, which was made during his campaign because of the inaction, essentially, of the Biden-Blinken duo of the previous administration, despite that, it's Trump's talk that needs to be backed up by action now, not just talks with Blair and Kushner, but expanded talks with other world leaders. Here in the United States, we have plenty of political activists who are vocal about this, and we really believe in rallying for neighbors in need. When we see that imagery out of Gaza daily, it's hard not to look at these people and feel some kinship for the suffering that they continue to experience. I think Gaza's people deserve the same urgency when we talk about American priorities. If there was a group of people being starved anywhere else in the world, how would we talk about that? But as these talks continue, one thing is key, and that's transparency. And that is what this Trump administration is going to need to bring to the fore in order to avoid backlash.
And Rina, a lot of conversations that I've had on my show with many people and a lot of analysts have said the US needs to put more pressure on Israel. It's the US who can essentially stop Benjamin Netanyahu against this occupation of Gaza. And it's becoming more and more clear that Western allies are now turning against Israel and are not defending them like they did before. What point does Benjamin Netanyahu need to, get to in the situation in Gaza to actually make Donald Trump stand up and say enough is enough? We need to come to a conclusion, not just almost give him carte blanche.
I think President Trump himself has been frustrated by the very same things you just discussed there, in that Trump had thought he could broker a deal with Netanyahu because they had a comfortable, cozy relationship for a long time now. And it has driven, certainly, I think, Trump to a frustrated point. To a point of feeling as if he's the losing guy here, that he may be being made a fool of every time Netanyahu comes to Washington, which we're now past the 6-month mark of Trump's presidency. And we've seen Netanyahu make multiple visits. But again, no conclusion, no end. So I think what you see the Trump administration trying to do right now is deploy a strategy of let's throw everything at the wall. But having secret meetings does nothing for ending what is certainly a prolonged attack by Netanyahu's government on innocent Gazans, all in the name of trying to root out Hamas. It feels rather frustrating to continue to talk about it in this way because nobody has, and particularly not the Trump administration, put forth a solution that feels as if it would perhaps limit Netanyahu instead of embolden him. So what I mean to say with all this is that we are in a hurry up and wait moment. And it's anyone's guess as to at what point Bibi Netanyahu will stop what he's doing. Again, all in the name of trying to root out Hamas, which brings people to the table, but it is certainly not an end-all, be-all solution.
And also, you just mentioned the midterm elections to me. They're going to be happening in 2026, of course. How much do the American people actually really resonate with what's happening between Israel and Hamas and the suffering of the Gazans? Is this a really important thing that people will go to the ballot box about? Or is it something that Americans are not really in tune with?
Americans are very in tune with what is happening in the Middle East because of our involvement, our continued money being deployed to places where we do not live as Americans. Having Israel's back is one thing in the aftermath of the horrific October 7th attacks, but continuing to issue blank checks to governments or to continue to aid them with weaponry, it feels as if we are at a pivot point in American politics, because we saw, particularly with Democrats, that the Democrat Party is fractured over the issue of backing Palestinians, for example. You know, really what I think we have seen in our politics right now is a sense that America needs to, and particularly our federal government officials, need to be more transparent with how we spend our dollars. And when they're spent abroad without a sort of end date, that is what drives voters to the ballot box. But this is, again, this issue and what is front of mind on the day of the midterms, and as we approach the midterms, all kind of complicate these matters. And that is just where American politics is right now, where people truly are critical of the federal government. But again, it's all about how we spend abroad. And particularly with this issue, I think it's because we get the suffering, the imagery daily through our smartphones, that it is more front of mind than most people would think here in these United States.
Rina Shah, thank you so much for your analysis and for taking the time to talk to us. Now, a tragic shooting at a Minneapolis Catholic school has left 2 children dead and 17 others injured, with the FBI investigating it as a potential anti-Catholic hate crime. The attacker, a former student, barricaded doors and opened fire during morning mass before taking his own life. Police say all the guns used were purchased legally. The shooting has renewed urgent calls for stronger gun control in Minnesota and also across the US. For more on this, I'm joined by our correspondent, Tony Waterman. Tony, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, can you give us the latest update on the shooting?
Well, we just heard from one of the hospitals where these children and other victims were being treated, and they say that there are still 9 patients receiving treatment. That includes 5 children, 1 in serious condition and 1 in critical condition, saying that it's actually touch and go for that child that is in critical condition right now in terms of survivability. The EMS chief also said that one child took a gunshot wound to the back while protecting another child during this attack on Wednesday. One of the doctors saying that what he experienced was something that he never thought he would have to experience in his career. Back at the school, though, and at the home where this suspect was living, investigators are still searching for a motive. The shooter, who police say took her own life, has been identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman. Authorities saying that Westman shared a manifesto on social media before the shooting took place, that Westman had an obsession with guns and with school shootings that had taken place in the past. And police say that Westman recently purchased, as you mentioned, those firearms used in this attack, a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol, that he bought those legally, using those weapons, police say, to fire through a church window as those students were attending mass, a worship service that was meant to mark the first week of school. And there is now some fresh reporting coming from CNN that Westman may have planned to enter the church, that she had staked out the location in the weeks prior, but because the church doors were locked, that Westman was left outside.
And in the wake of yet another deadly school shooting, what urgent actions are lawmakers in Washington considering to actually prevent a further tragedy like this?
Well, nothing really. I mean, Congress is not in session right now, and there has been no indication that when it returns next week that lawmakers have any plans of moving on gun safety. Democrats, of course, have called for action to be taken, but it's Republicans who control the House and Senate right now. And ultimately, what is discussed and what is decided, what laws are passed, that is going to be controlled by Republicans. Local officials in Minneapolis, where the shooting took place, have called on the community, have called on the wider U.S. to really mobilize. The mayor, Jacob Frey, saying, don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. There, of course, is this sense of deja vu here in America every single time something like this happens, which is frighteningly frequent. There have been more than 400 school shootings since Columbine shocked the world 25 years ago. And guns, for the last couple of years, guns have been the leading cause of death in children, yet we have not seen repeatedly any push towards maximum or more crucial and critical gun safety laws here in the U.S.
So, Tony, what does the shooting actually reveal about America's failure to protect children in schools and places of worship? As you just said to me, 400 school shootings since Columbine shocked the world. And I think many people remember that as something that was absolutely horrific. Is this shaping national debate at all?
Well, this is an issue that deeply divides Americans because access to guns is something that is enshrined in the U.S. Constitution. And some people believe that any sort of restrictions or any sort of laws on gun safety will undermine a constitutional right. So this has long been an issue that has divided Americans. But what has changed in the last couple of years is sort of the frequency with which we have seen these mass shootings and the epidemic that is now being played out in schools. But it's not just in schools or places of worship, but really straight across the United States, at movie theaters, at shopping malls, at restaurants, in people's homes, out in the streets. I mean, this is something that has swept across the United States. And we have seen sort of this ping-ponging back and forth between whether or not there is going to be stricter regulation or less strict regulation, depending on who's in office. And when Donald Trump was campaigning, he vowed to roll back all Biden-era gun regulation, which really wasn't that much. It really just involved a lot of background checks or some changes to background checks that came in the wake of the Uvalde school massacre when 19 children and 2 teachers were killed a couple of years ago. And Trump has vowed to roll back even those small changes that took place. His administration has also halted $1 billion in federal grants that school districts had been using to try and hire mental health professionals. On his first day in office, he closed the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. And we have seen this shift in what sort of is important to this administration when it comes to safety. We have thousands of National Guard troops that have been deployed here in Washington, with the threat of these troops being sent into other cities to combat what the president calls, this widespread violence on the ground in U.S. cities. Yet we have not seen the same type of action taken for children who are in school or children who are now apparently even praying in their churches.
Tony Waterman, thank you so much for joining us today and for all your analysis. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines today. We start in Washington, where crime has dropped sharply under Trump's crackdown. Police reported a 23% fall in violent crime and a similar drop in property crimes over the past 2 weeks. But the sight of troops and armored vehicles on city streets has sparked heavy criticism. Britain, France and Germany have launched a 30-day process to reimpose UN sanctions on Iran over its nuclear program. The escalating tensions come just 2 months after the US and Israel struck the country's nuclear facilities. Now to Argentina, where demonstrators have pelted President Javier Milei with stones during his campaign near the capital, Buenos Aires. The far-right leader whisked from the scene and reportedly sustaining no injuries from the attack. The clash comes amid an alleged corruption scandal involving the president's sister. And finally, Singapore is toughening its anti-vaping laws with bigger fines, longer jail terms, and caning and even deportation for foreigners. The country, which banned vaping in 2018, says the crackdown targets the right of drug-laced vapes. Nvidia, the world's most valuable company, has reported another quarter of strong growth, highlighting robust demand for its AI chips. However, shares dipped amid concerns over the company's business in China. Investors were particularly cautious after Nvidia excluded AI chip revenue from China in its financial guidance, tempering expectations for future sales. Patrick Falk reports.
This was the unveiling of Nvidia's latest line of graphics processing units earlier this year in Las Vegas.
Here it is, our brand new GeForce RTX 50 series Blackwell architecture. The GPU is just a beast.
Explosive sales of GPUs and AI chips have propelled Nvidia to become the world's most valuable company with a market capitalization of over $4 trillion. Its latest results show spending on chips remains robust. Sales rose by 56% for the quarter up to the end of July, and the company expects revenue to hit $54 billion for the fiscal third quarter ending in October. Such figures would be the envy of any company, but not so much for the bellwether that's led a staggering boom in artificial intelligence spending over the past 2 years.
I hate even saying, oh, it was disappointing in any way. This is the most amazing growth company we see in technology and in the world today.
The major dampener, uncertainty over sales of AI chips in China. Earlier this year, Washington blocked exports of its H20 chips, specifically designed for the Chinese market and in line with regulation at the time to prevent the most advanced chip technology getting into the hands of Chinese companies. To resume sales, Nvidia cut a deal with the US government, offering 15% of its revenues. The Trump administration's yet to publish rules codifying the fees. Nvidia didn't even include AI chip revenue from China in its latest outlook.
China is not part of the mix in the third quarter. It probably was part of at least some consensus. And certainly the second quarter was a bit choppy as well.
Adding to the uncertainty, Beijing is urging local firms against buying Nvidia chips. That's helped boost its domestic challenger, Cambricon. A 4,000% surge in its revenue in the first half of this year highlights the race to find alternatives to Nvidia. Still, CEO Jensen Huang says the opportunity ahead is immense, predicting as much as $4 trillion in AI infrastructure spending by the end of the decade. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
Children are among the 19 people killed in a massive Russian attack on the Ukrainian capital Kyiv overnight. President Zelensky has accused Russia of choosing ballistics over the negotiation table as the British Prime Minister warned Vladimir Putin is sabotaging hopes for peace. It was the first major strike on Kyiv in weeks as US peace efforts to end the conflict struggle to make any progress. For more on this, I'm joined from London by our correspondent, Ollie Barrett. Ollie, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, what more do we know about the deadly attacks overnight?
Well, Leigh Ann, as you were saying, 19 people at least are dead, and 4 of those have been confirmed to be children. Dozens more people injured in these attacks, which seem to have targeted, at least struck, several different residential areas in Kyiv, but also damaging an EU delegation building, damaging a British council building where we're told a guard was injured but is now in a stable condition, damage to the Azerbaijani embassy. Ukraine also saying today that as part of the attacks that unfolded on its country, one of its warships has been struck by Russia as well. Moscow saying that it did strike and sink, it claims, a Ukrainian warship with, it says, an unmanned speedboat, that taking place at the mouth of the Danube River. So all told, a major series of attacks on Kyiv, but also elsewhere in Ukraine. And as you say, Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine, furious, as you would expect, at these latest strikes and insisting that it shows that Russia has chosen ballistics instead of the negotiating table.
And Ollie, the Russian ambassador was summoned to the UK Foreign Office after the British Council building, as you just said, was damaged in Kyiv. What more do we know about why this came about? And do we have any insight into what those talks involved?
Yeah, we do, because the UK Foreign Office saying that it summoned Andrei Kelin. We understand that he was meeting with officials rather than a senior ministerial delegation. But the Foreign Office says that it was made clear to the Russian ambassador that such action, quote, will only harden UK and Western resolve to support Ukraine. The Foreign Office going on to say Russia must stop this senseless killing and destruction immediately. We had very strong words, as you would expect, from the UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy as well. Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, said Putin is killing children and civilians and sabotaging hopes of peace. And of course, we had that EU delegation building damaged in these strikes as well. And we heard from the EU Foreign Affairs Chief Kaja Kallas. She describes this as a deliberate choice to escalate and mock peace efforts. So certainly in European capitals, but particularly here in London and in Brussels as well, real anger at what has unfolded overnight in Kyiv.
And Ollie, we also heard from the Kremlin a little bit earlier, the spokesperson Dmitry Peskov. He was saying Russia is still interested in negotiations. Anything else from the Kremlin today?
Yeah, the Kremlin have, as you say, been speaking through Dmitry Peskov, insisting that Russia is open to those negotiations. As you say, that leads to great scepticism in European capitals because of what we have seen in Kyiv overnight. But Dmitry Peskov described the strikes as successful. He said targets are being destroyed and the special military operation continues, but he did stress that Russia maintains an interest in continuing what he called the negotiation process with the aim of achieving the objectives before us through political and diplomatic means. Well, certainly Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, will point to what has taken place in Kyiv overnight and say that there is very little reason to believe Russia when it says it's serious about negotiations. And that's one of the arguments that the UK, for example, has been making to the Trump administration in recent weeks, that there should be real scepticism, the British believe, about Vladimir Putin's commitment to any serious kind of peace negotiations or discussions around a peace settlement for Ukraine. But Moscow insisting today that it is still open to those talks at some point in the future. Of course, no date in the diary as yet.
Ollie Barrett, thank you so much for joining us. Let's continue this conversation now with Ukrainian MP Oleksiy Goncharenko. I don't know if you just heard what my reporter was saying to me a little bit earlier about the UK saying it just doesn't trust Russia. And we saw another night of these deadly Russian attacks, which hit residential areas in Kyiv, not military targets. What consequences should Russia face? Yes, the UK and the EU are angry, but will it make any difference?
Yeah, hello. That was an awful night in Ukraine, especially in the capital, in Kyiv. And many people killed, including children, and one more tragedy. And it shows that Russia really doesn't want any peace. They choose to continue to kill people and innocent people absolutely deliberate attack. There is a footage, there is a video of Russian missile strike. So it is a direct hit. This missile wasn't intercepted. It was not some remnants falling. No, it was a direct strike at the residential building by Russian missile. So it is a deliberate campaign of terror which continues. Now, we are thankful to everybody who are now expressing their support to Ukraine, but you're absolutely right that it's not enough. All these, the words are not changing anything here. Russia does not believe in the words. So Russia understands only one language of strength. So the best answer would be seizing of Russian assets, frozen assets in European countries, in United Kingdom. Mostly this money are in European countries, mostly in Belgium, but not only. And I can't understand why for more than 3.5 years, this money are frozen but not seized. If this money would be seized, it's hundreds of billions of euros. That is the money by which we can buy weapons. We can help these people who are suffering every day. This is the big money and serious leverage. But the decision has not been made. And all the words, all the tweets, all the posts in social media, sorry, but they are not equal to $1, which would be seized and sent in support of Ukraine.
And you bring up a good point there about Russian assets, but also Donald Trump has come out and said he's not happy with Vladimir Putin in the past, and he's also threatened sanctions on Russia, but we haven't seen those come in either. Donald Trump has threatened it, but hasn't followed through with it. Is it time to put sanction pressure on Russia? Could this make a difference hitting its economy?
Yes, first of all, I would like to say that finally we see not only words, because from yesterday there are secondary sanctions against India for buying Russian oil. And so this is already a real step from President Trump and from his administration, and I want to welcome it. But I think it should be continued, and it should be not just India, but other countries. Secondary sanctions against countries buying Russian oil, it's a very effective instrument. And that is something which will make Putin to have a real negotiations. So I would like to ask President Trump's administration to continue this way, because like red carpet in Alaska that we saw, it doesn't work with Putin. President Trump sincerely tried, but with Putin it doesn't work. So only pressure, only strength. That's the only language Putin understands.
And Donald Trump's Ukraine envoy has said these attacks threaten the peace President Trump is trying to pursue. So my question to you is Ukraine prepared to give up land to reach a deal quickly to stop this killing from happening and the strikes that we saw in Kyiv overnight?
What we need to clarify, what do we mean when we're saying give up land or give something to Russia and so on? So if we're speaking about juridically recognizing occupied territories to be Russian, that will never happen. Ukraine will never go this direction. This is Ukrainian territories. They are inside Ukrainian internationally recognized borders, which were recognized by Russia too, by the way. So it is impossible. If we're speaking about ending hostilities, reason of the conflict, when part of Ukrainian territories will be occupied by Russia, and they will be in status of illegally occupied territories, and then Ukraine will try and will work on regaining control over these territories by diplomatic means. That is possible, and that is something Ukraine agree on. We want to end hostilities as soon as possible, but this end of hostilities shouldn't be the end of international law, because international law is clear. This is Ukrainian territories. There is example of this. Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, were occupied by Russia for more than 4 decades. But never ever, no United States, no Western countries recognize these territories, these countries to be Russia. And when Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, these countries regained their independence. And they, for example, United States did not start diplomatic connections with these countries, but re-established, because there were these connections before. So this is the example, I think, which we need to follow.
And Hungary has sanctioned Ukraine's commander after strikes on a Russian oil pipeline that they say is vital for energy supply. Why is Ukraine targeting Russian oil refineries? This is something that's been happening and we've been seeing more of in recent weeks.
Because this is effective. Russia is destroying Ukrainian energy infrastructure from the very first day of full-scale invasion. So if we're speaking about moral things, we have all moral right to destroy all Russian energy infrastructure. Russia, from economical point of view, Russia is just a big oil producer, and that's it. So if to destroy these Russian capacities, Russia will suffer very seriously from this. So Ukraine do this, and Ukraine will continue to do this. What other choice do we have? We are ready to end hostilities today. We are ready. From March of this year, Ukraine agreed on unconditional ceasefire. That is Russia, which does not agree. If Russia continues to kill us every day, if Russia continues to destroy everything in Ukraine, then we should reply, and we need to find the places where we can hit. And Russian refineries is one of the best targets.
And do you have faith in Donald Trump that he can bring this war to an end?
If not Donald Trump, then who? We don't have much options. There are two people in the world who can really influence Putin. Name of one is Donald Trump. Name of another is Chairman Xi of China. And I don't think we can count on China. So we count on President Trump. We believe that he really wants to make peace. He said during his campaign, I will do it in 24 hours. We understand it's a difficult task, but it is possible if he will really invest his energy and efforts. So we hope he will do this.
Oleksiy Goncharenko, thank you so much for joining me, and please do keep safe as always.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Metals tycoon Sanjeev Gupta is under investigation in Australia after one of his British firms was liquidated. Regulators have seized his phone as part of the probe. A judge found the company nearly broke, holding just $8,000 against a $5 million monthly wage bill. The manufacturer of the popular weight loss drug Mounjaro has paused shipments to the UK ahead of an upcoming price hike next month. Eli Lilly said the drug is set to go up 170%. The increase comes amid pressure from the White House to hike the price of the drug abroad so it can be made cheaper over in the US. Turning to the sports news now, and tennis stars Taylor Townsend and Jelena Ostapenko got into a heated argument on court after their US Open game ended. Following the altercation, Townsend said Ostapenko told her she had no class and no education. Despite the tension, Townsend won her battle and will be facing Mira Andreeva in the third round, which happens tomorrow. And former US Open champion Daniil Medvedev has been fined over $42,000 for smashing his racket against a chair and also for bad behaviour. Medvedev, who was knocked out in the first round, flew into a rage after a photographer walked onto the court during his match against France's Benjamin Bonzi. A reminder of our top stories. Former British Prime Minister Tony Blair is being urged to reveal details of his Gaza talks with Trump. Meanwhile, a deadly school shooting in the US sparks a renewed debate over gun laws. And Kyiv suffers its deadliest attack in a week as Russian strikes kill at least 19 people, including children. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. The Riz Khan Show will be coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
How do you define national identity? Is it where you were born or your cultural heritage? What about your passport or where you have citizenship? From immigration hotel protests in the UK to record ICE arrests in America, national identity is under scrutiny. Does it mean multiculturalism is dead? That debate coming up on Counterpoints.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawia Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Today's front pages in the US were dominated by the tragic shooting in Minneapolis, with newspapers sharing both heartbreaking stories of the victims and profiles of the shooter. Across the country, coverage also continued on the fallout from President Trump's firing of Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook, along with other recent dismissals of government officials. Over in the UK, the papers were closely dissecting Nigel Farage's controversial reform immigration plan, with a range of opinions stirring debate. Meanwhile, global conflicts, from the ongoing war in Ukraine to the crisis in Gaza, remain major stories commanding international attention. We'll start with the Washington Post, which reported today on the dramatic ousting of CDC Director Susan Monares just weeks after her confirmation. The report details how Monares clashed with Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. over vaccine policy, resisting demands to scale back approvals and dismiss senior staff. Her removal sparked the resignation of top CDC officials, highlighting turmoil at the nation's premier health agency. The piece also underscores the broader political backdrop, Kennedy's long-standing skepticism of vaccines and his sweeping restructuring of federal health policy. With Monares disputing the legality of her dismissal, the report illustrates a deepening institutional crisis in public health governance, raising urgent questions about science, politics, and the credibility of America's pandemic response. Another dismissal of an American government official was exclusively reported by the Wall Street Journal today, as President Trump fires Robert Primus, a Democratic member of the Surface Transportation Board, the regulator currently weighing a high-stakes rail merger between Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern. Now, the move was framed as the latest episode in the president's attempt to assert control over independent agencies. However, The newspaper also published an interesting analysis as to why the American public or even financial markets might not be very concerned with such firings. In another report, the Journal examines why financial markets barely reacted to President Trump's firing of Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook, despite the move being one of the sharpest challenges yet to Fed independence. The piece argues that investors had already priced in Trump's hostility towards the central bank, making the dismissal less shocking. It also outlines 5 reasons markets remain calm. Cook's resistance may trigger institutional pushback. Jerome Powell remains central, and Trump's appointees are not seen as reckless. And the Fed was already signaling a softer stance on rates. Still, of course, the report warns that investors might be too relaxed. If they don't push back when Trump goes too far, the usual checks on him could disappear, making it more likely that politics will interfere with the Fed in ways that could hurt the economy, or could indeed hurt the economy for a long time. Kate Shaw wrote in the New York Times tackling President Trump's unprecedented attempt to remove Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook, raising urgent questions about the limits of presidential power. Drawing on legal analysis from Columbia law professors, Shaw highlights the Fed's deliberately insulated structure designed to safeguard monetary policy from political interference. The piece underscores how the Supreme Court's recent Wilcox ruling weakened agency independence, emboldening Trump's move, and Shaw frames Cook's case not just as a defense of central bank autonomy, but also as a stress test for constitutional checks and balances, warning that unchecked executive authority could indeed spill into judicial independence. The article concludes with a call for the court to reassert boundaries before presidential power eclipses institutional safeguards. British newspapers continue to analyze Nigel Farage's reform immigration plan, with many opinion articles tackling the issue. Juliet Samuel, for one, wrote in The Times arguing that Britain's approach to migration has become stuck in endless legal fights and political debates. Using the failed Rwanda deportation plan as an example, she shows how ideas once dismissed as extreme, like tough deportation measures, often come back when the system is overwhelmed. The article points out that other countries, including Germany, the US, and also Australia, have successfully used similar policies to reduce illegal immigration. Samuel warns that Britain may soon adopt measures similar to Nigel Farage's proposals, even if politicians and critics once mocked them. The piece highlights how public pressure and practical challenges often push governments to act on ideas they once rejected. A different opinion was delivered by Raphael Bahar in The Guardian, reflecting the controversial nature of the Farage's reform plan. Bahar argues that Nigel Farage is using the migration issue to gain political influence, pushing bold and extreme plans for deporting migrants. Farage's proposals, including cash incentives for voluntary departures and detention for others, ignore international law and human rights protections. The author points out that these ideas, while extreme, gain attention because mainstream politicians, including Labour's Keir Starmer, avoid directly confronting them or linking them to the problems caused by Brexit. The article warns that this silence allows Farage to dominate the debate and shape public opinion. Bahar calls for clear, honest political leadership to expose Farage's record and prevent his ideas from setting the agenda. To the war on Gaza, as the Telegraph reported today on the meeting at the White House between former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair and US President Donald Trump, focusing on the plans to rebuild Gaza. According to the report, Blair, acting as an advisor to Trump Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff, contributed ideas for stabilizing the region and delivering humanitarian aid with support from international and Arab partners. The talks come after a deadly Israeli strike on a Gaza hospital that killed 20 people, including journalists and medical staff. The piece points out that details of the proposals remain undisclosed, but the discussions also included expanding aid distribution and potential post-war reconstruction. Jared Kushner was present as well at the meeting, and Blair drew on his experience as a former Middle East envoy to advise on conflict resolution strategies. Sam Minasa wrote in Sharq al-Awsat analyzing statements made by Tom Burges, the U.S. envoy to Syria and Lebanon, regarding Hezbollah and Lebanon's political landscape. Minasa contends that Burges' remarks signal a potentially significant shift in U.S. policy, portraying Hezbollah as a necessary partner in Lebanon and suggesting that concessions might be offered to the group in exchange for cooperation. The author argues that this approach risks strengthening Hezbollah's influence over Lebanon's Shiite community and undermining efforts to centralize arms under state control. The piece highlights concerns that Washington's policy lacks clarity, may sideline non-Hezbollah voices within Lebanon, and could have long-term consequences for the country's institutions, security, and social cohesion. The article concludes that Burges' statements represent both strategic ambiguity and a potential recalibration of U.S. priorities in the region. And we'll end with The Economist, which published a report challenging a long-standing assumption about happiness across age groups. Traditionally, surveys showed middle age as life's low point, with younger and older people generally more satisfied. But according to the report, new findings published in PLOS ONE suggest that the curve has shifted dramatically. Young people worldwide now report the highest levels of unhappiness. Also, drawing from the US, the UK, and 44 other countries, the study reveals that Gen Z, or Gen Z, begins adulthood more miserable than any prior generation, as you can see in this graph. And explanations that range from precarious work to declining job satisfaction to the rise of social media as well, though no single cause fully accounts for the trend. The piece warns that if today's youth start this slow, midlife may become even more difficult for them in the future. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
How do you define national identity? Is it where you were born or your cultural heritage? What about your passport or where you have citizenship? From immigration hotel protests in the UK to record ICE arrests in America, national identity is under scrutiny. Does it mean multiculturalism is dead? That debate coming up on Counterpoints.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Jakarta, the huge sprawling metropolis that's the capital of the Republic of Indonesia. It is home to about 9 million people. It is located on the northern coast of Java and has expanded through the years, absorbing many villages in the process. You'll know the names of these villages from their main streets. Together with its many suburbs, Jakarta has become a megapolitan city. Jakarta is a conglomeration of villages known as kampungs, now crossed by main roads and superhighways. The city itself lies on a wide, flat delta, intersected by about 13 rivers. Popular is the Bay of Jakarta, with its large number of tiny islands, called Pulau Seribu, or the Thousand Islands. It is a tourist resort for swimming and snorkeling. Nearby are also popular volcanoes, Gede and Pangrango, with cool, majestic mountain resorts located around it. Jakarta is also considered the only seat of the national and provincial government. It is the political center of Indonesia and the hub of its national finance and trade. Because of this, Jakarta has evolved into becoming a dynamic city, often abuzz and full of happening. The city is also lauded for its gigantic malls. Marble-floored and always grander than your typical shopping centers, Jakarta's shopping destinations often have apartments nestled on top of it for convenience. Imagine just going down from your room to shop. One of the most popular is the Mangga Dua district. There are around 173 malls in Jakarta alone, each with a reputation of their own. You go there not just to shop, but hang out at the indoor cafes, restaurants, karaoke bars, or billiard lounges. In Jakarta, prices are also relatively cheap, so you can eat to your heart's content. Most recommended are its duck confit, the nasi goreng, or the nasi padang. Restaurants are also managed by young owners, mostly in their mid-20s. As a result, the vibe is always modern and fresh, and these food spots usually have comfy couches, hit music, and impeccable service. Restaurants are just for dining, but for staying and chatting for hours, even the whole day. The movie theaters in Jakarta are known to be one of the most luxurious in the world. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers.
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. There are hopes that there will be progress in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine following the meeting in Alaska between the US President Donald Trump and the Russian President Vladimir Putin. There are talks that maybe bilateral and trilateral meetings will follow, but then there are also those who believe there will be no progress, largely because of Vladimir Putin's intractable position when it comes to Ukraine. One of those is the former UK Defence Secretary, Liam Fox. He joins me now to explain why he has that position. So, Liam, thank you for making the time. It's good to have a chance to chat with you, sir. First of all, we're seeing a lot of media reports now that there seems to be some progress when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine situation following the meeting in Alaska and the following talks. What's your opinion on that?
There's a lot of rhetoric. There's a lot of staging. Are we seeing real progress? We don't know yet. My view is that you need to go back to understand why Ukraine wants very, very specific, overt, and bankable security guarantees. Remember back in 1994, Ukraine gave away the nuclear weapons that they had inherited from the breakup of the Soviet Union. And they did so on the basis that they had a security guarantee from the United States, from Britain, from France, but mostly from Russia, that their sovereignty and their borders would be respected. That guarantee was worth zero because Putin decided he wanted Crimea and he just took it. Now, if you were the Ukrainians and you are wanting to end the war, you will want to do so knowing that you have a much better guarantee of your security than came with that agreement, the Budapest Memorandum. So I entirely understand why the Ukrainians are where they are. And until they get those very bankable guarantees, I don't think we can move much forward.
Those who play devil's advocate say that Russia was also guaranteed that NATO would never move 1 inch eastward, and that this was kind of also breached in terms of honouring an agreement. What's your view on that perspective?
Well, Ukraine's not a member of NATO. The only countries that have joined NATO are Sweden and Finland recently, and that was in response to Russia's aggression in Ukraine. Free nations can choose what they want to do in terms of their defence, their foreign policy. They cannot be dictated to by Moscow, by a tyrant like Putin.
Again, to play devil's advocate, if there was a similar parallel with Russia putting weapons on any kind of territory it has near the USA, how would the reaction be there?
Well, Russia has weapons pointed at London, at Washington, at LA, at the other parts of Europe. It has troops along the borders with the Baltic states. So we don't need to be lectured by Russia about the threats to their neighbors. It's Russia that invaded Georgia in 2008. It's Russia that annexed Crimea in 2014. It's Russia that invaded Ukraine in 2022. So before people want to play devil's advocate, they better work out who the devil is in that particular equation.
So hugely disappointing and sadly predictable is how you described the outcome of the Putin-Trump Alaska talks. Why was that?
Well, I think Putin's playing for time. Number one, let me be very clear. Putin can't be trusted. His word is worth nothing. Here is a man who is a violent despot who will kill and has killed his political opponents inside Russia, who's killed his opponents outside Russia, including in the United Kingdom. He's playing for time. He's hoping that he can make advances on the battlefield before the United States or Europe apply further sanctions that will damage the Russian economy. And the Russian economy has changed a lot since 2022, since the Ukrainian invasion. Putin's turned his country into a war economy. 45% of his GDP is now taken up by the war in Ukraine or the defense and arms industries. He has a banking system that's barely functioning. He's got a bank base rate of 21% with an inflation rate of 11%. unsustainable if you were in any other part of the world. He's got a labor shortage, a chronic labor shortage, and is utterly dependent on technology to keep his economy moving. Now, these are big problems which will get worse. And in my view, we should make them worse in order to destroy Putin's ability to wage war in the future.
I know your perspective is also to let the Russian oligarchs and those who've been sanctioned from shifting large sums of money out to actually have that opportunity, because it would actually have an impact on Russia's economy that would help to destabilize it, in your opinion, correct?
Well, Russia has been able to maintain its war effort because its banking system has continued, because money has not been allowed to flow out of the system. So the oligarchs who would normally invest in global opportunities have been forced to invest in Russia. Those opportunities will dry up quite quickly, and we need to ensure that we enable capital flight out of Russia to make those difficulties even greater.
And presumably the sale of fossil fuels by Russia, which have been quite beneficial for its economy, have also to be kind of more closely monitored, I guess.
Well, you've seen the tension between the United States under the Trump administration and countries like India, where they are trying to apply pressure to India to stop buying Russian oil. If you're going to make that happen, I think you have to increase the flow of oil from elsewhere, whether that's the United States itself or out of OPEC. You need to ensure that countries that are going to help you in terms of security are not going to be disadvantaged in terms of the ability to fuel, literally, their own economies.
So following Alaska, a bunch of European leaders, including the UK Prime Minister, went to the White House to speak with Donald Trump. And then, of course, the media started to talk a lot about the bilateral, possibly trilateral meeting with Putin, Zelensky and Trump afterwards. Do you see any value in the idea that this bilateral meeting might actually happen between Putin and Zelensky?
Well, all the focus has been on the optics and the rhetoric rather than the substance. And that's where we really need to make progress. We need to make progress on, are we going to get security guarantees for Ukraine? Are we going to ensure that Ukrainian territory is not going to be sacrificed in all of this? When these big issues are sorted out, then you can work out who is going to talk to whom and where it's going to be. I mean, yesterday we had all this stuff about, will it be in Geneva? Will it be Istanbul? You have to have something to talk about first. So let's focus on the substance, and let's have a little bit less focus on some of the lesser important parts.
Ironically, Budapest was mentioned, which you mentioned earlier as the 94 site of the memorandum. So it would be an ironic venue if they chose that.
Yes, it would be ironic, but there would be some who would think it was inappropriate, given that it was that memorandum in Budapest that was so badly betrayed by Russia.
There have been reports that Europe would impose more sanctions on Russia if Vladimir Putin does decide to reject any bilateral or trilateral meetings. What impact could those sanctions have?
Well, the biggest area where Europe could be effective would be in seizing Russian assets. Now, the Russian assets of about 300 billion have been frozen in Europe, and the interest on those has been used to help Ukraine. But if you really wanted to make a difference, you actually seize the assets and give them to Ukraine. 300 billion to Ukraine is more than we've actually spent in total between the United States and Europe so far in assisting them. And there is the question of reparations. Russia committed an act of aggression in breach of international law. They are required to make reparations for that. The chances of Putin actually parting with money and giving it to Ukraine, I would rate as absolutely zero. So what other mechanisms do we have? We've got those assets that were moved largely from America to Europe after 2014-15. Those could be used to help the Ukrainians arm themselves, protect themselves, defend their sovereignty, their people, their democracy, and also to rebuild the shattered parts of their country that have been destroyed by Putin's aggression.
Well, so Liam, you've been very clear for many years now that you have zero trust in Vladimir Putin. If that's the case, if Vladimir Putin is such a risk, what real option is there to find a solution?
We should try to find a way of ending the killing in Ukraine itself, but we should be under no illusions about who Putin is and what he is. And I understand why Western politicians who are sort of hardwired to find compromise and accommodations, why they would want to do that. But pretty much all good people end up in the same place with Putin, which is he can't be accommodated. He is a tyrant. He's not a democrat. He's not answerable to the Russian people. He's not answerable to anyone at all. And he will behave in the way that tyrants do, as he has done, internally and externally. So what we, in the long term, we need to do is what we did in the Cold War, which is recognize there can't be a purely military solution to all of this. What we need to use is the financial strength of the free world, and to ensure that in the longer term, we undermine and, if possible, destroy Putin's ability economically to wage war against free, independent, democratic nations.
Well, many critics of the situation have been concerned that Donald Trump has rejected the idea, or at least dismissed the idea of a ceasefire prior to the talks, bilateral talks, if they happen, for example. To what extent is that a bad idea? Because of the fact that Russia can continue its kind of offensive, and it has actually seems to have boosted.
I thought the German Chancellor, Chancellor Merz, put it very well. It's very difficult to see Zelensky, President Zelensky, and Putin talking to one another if their troops are still killing civilians. How can President Zelensky sit down with Vladimir Putin if men, women, and children are being murdered during the night by Russian missiles and drones? Politically, that's really a bit of a non-starter. And I think you would have to have some situation where on the ground there was no conflict actually taking place before those talks could take place.
How much progress do you see in the statements by Donald Trump that he sees the need for security guarantees for Ukraine? I mean, he said no US troops on the ground, although he said military presence is a possibility.
Well, I think the president is absolutely genuine when he seeks peace and reconciliation. I think his patience has been sorely tested by Putin time and time again. I think he comes back hoping that something decent will come out of the Russian leader. But I think that increasingly the reality is dawning, that you can't accommodate Putin. And there's a history here. If you remember President George W. Bush saying that he looked into Putin's eyes and saw a soul. Well, you know, Putin looked into his and saw a KGB file number. We had President Obama coming to office after the invasion of Georgia and having a reset, as they called it, let bygones be bygones with Russia. Putin looked at that and said, thank you very much. I'll just take Crimea, if that's your attitude. We need to really understand what we're dealing with, because wishful thinking is a very bad basis for foreign policy, and it's an even worse basis for defense policy.
There is still a feeling, however, that in spite of what you say about Donald Trump having some concerns about the situation and being played, or tapped, as you put it, by Putin, that he has a much stronger relationship with Vladimir Putin and Russia than with Volodymyr Zelensky, and that he still tends to kind of favor the Russian side. Do you think that's still the case, considering how things have developed?
I think the president genuinely wants reconciliation. I think he can see the prize that there would be were Russia to be brought into the fold. I just don't think it's going to happen under Putin. I think that Putin is a particular type of autocratic, tyrannical leader. His behavior shows he's not to be trusted. And I see no reason why he would change. He wants to keep Russia in a particular way. He's got imperialist tendencies, wanting to recreate parts of what was the Soviet Union. And I think that's not going to change. And I think that President Trump, like President George W. Bush, like President Obama before him, hope that they can find something good to deal with in Putin. And sadly, that their hopes have all been dashed sequentially.
There is a widely held opinion that actually he's more interested in becoming a czar-like figure than reconstructing the Soviet Union, having a more imperial kind of attitude towards things.
I think that's true with Putin. I think that he's also been willing to use the Russian Orthodox Church as part of that czarist approach. But he's a very dangerous man. He's dangerous to the people within Russia, and he's dangerous to the people outside Russia. And we've got to be very hard-headed in accepting that. It's in the minds of good people, wanting to see good in someone else is a very laudable and understandable trait. but it can be very dangerous when you're dealing with somebody like Putin.
I'll get back to the current situation in just a second, but as and when the time comes when Vladimir Putin is no longer around, is there a chance for Russia to reset, or is it likely that someone else with the similar kind of tendency might just be able to slip in and continue the policies of Vladimir Putin?
Well, I think there were three ifs in that question. So I suppose it depends on the state of the Russian economy. Is it a stable economy, or will Putin actually leave it fundamentally weakened? It's much easier to take a peace economy and turn it into a war economy than vice versa. So there are big problems ahead for the Russian economy. How Putin will manage that, we don't know. Who's coming behind Putin? Difficult to say. Most of his potential successors have left under, let's say, less than clear circumstances. And the Russian people, do they have a yearning for democracy? They have a yearning, I think, to control their own future and to live in a country where they are much more able to determine what happens to their families, their communities, and their nation than they have today. But impossible really to know. Russia doesn't really have a strong historical experience in democracy, really at any point. So yes, we have to hope for it. And we in the West have to prepare for a post-Putin era in the hope that we can help encourage change, but in a way much better than we did last time after the fall of the Soviet Union.
There's a bit of a paradox in the fact that the Russian people did taste the fruits of a more kind of market economy, capitalistic society after the fall of the Soviet Union. And yet the statistics show that so many Russians seem to be behind Vladimir Putin's actions. Perhaps it's a patriotic or jingoistic attitude, but there is that strange paradox.
Well, I think you're probably more likely to be the fact that there are no independent polls in Russia, and all the polls that we have are controlled by the Russian government. That will tend to produce the results that the Russian government want. But leaving that aside, so we don't actually know what the Russian people think. But if we are going to see reform in Russia, it has to be in a way that has tangible benefits on the street, and not just for the oligarchs and not just for the politicians, which is what we saw last time. And that needs to be better thought through.
Considering your perspective on President Putin, do you see any value in him actually recently now agreeing that there should be security guarantees, that perhaps there could be some kind of monitoring system if there was a peace deal?
Anything that gives us a verifiable peace deal, great. As Ronald Reagan would say, trust but verify. And that is just as true today as when President Reagan said it in the Cold War. And we need to be able to make sure that it's there. But there's something else. It's not just a security guarantee. What's missing there is the word credible. Is it a credible security guarantee? Because if Russia thinks that the deterrence is missing, then he will act again. And you could, I think, very reasonably argue that the sanctions that we put in place in 2022 after the invasion of Ukraine should have been there in 2014 after the invasion of Crimea. And the ones we put in place in 2014 should have been there in 2008 after the Russian aggression towards Georgia. So the failure of deterrence and the failure of a credible deterrence is crucial. And anything that the West puts in place as a security guarantee needs to come with some hard and fast elements to that, whether that's an Article 5 NATO-type guarantee that an attack on Ukraine would be an attack on us all. We have to wait and see. But if it's not credible, it's not worth anything.
Do you see Ukraine ending up in NATO?
No, I don't actually in the short term, although I think it's their right to apply to become members of NATO. But NATO is a political as well as a military alliance. And they would have to meet a number of criteria that would make them an acceptable part of the political alliance, just as the same way as they would need to fulfill criteria were they going to join the European Union. So I think that's some way off for Ukraine. I think Ukraine still has internal problems to deal with, not least a fairly widespread level of corruption that has plagued them for some time. Those things need to be dealt with. They can be dealt with. And Ukraine is, of course, as a free, democratic, sovereign nation, able to make its own choices.
On a slight tangent, Why is there a need for NATO now? If we consider the Soviet threat has disappeared, and that maybe was the justification for the creation of the alliance, what is the real need for NATO now, especially if pretty much anyone can join it?
Well, pretty much anyone can't join it, otherwise we wouldn't be having this debate about Ukraine. There's the fact that Russia still has the largest number of nuclear weapons in the world, and they're still pointing at us. That's reason for NATO.
Do you believe Ukraine will ever get back the 20% that Russia holds right now of its land?
I don't think it's realistic to believe that Crimea will ever come back. I think that the Crimea probably disappeared when President Obama had the reset with Russia. I think that failure of deterrence probably meant that Crimea was lost. What happens with the territories that Russia's currently occupying remains to be seen. I don't think that Putin's going to give up the areas that the oblasts that he controls 100%, where you got Donetsk, for example, where there's still a split. That is more difficult to see. But there's got to be, if Ukraine loses territory, there's got to be something for Ukraine in that, and that's got to be that Putin can't move a centimetre further into Ukraine in the future.
When Donald Trump talks about a land swap, in your opinion, what does that mean? Because there doesn't seem to be anything to swap for.
Well, it's not a swap. It's the aggressor being able to keep the territory they have taken by force. I mean, it's not really what we think about as a swap. You've got principle and you've got the brutal reality facing off here. The principle should be that no aggressor should be able to benefit from acts of war. But the truth on the ground is that you've got ruined parts of Ukraine that Russia is not going to give back, potentially ever. So that's where you get into negotiation. And that's where the credible guarantees of future security have to come in.
So, Liam, how do you regard the way European countries have come together as a sort of counterbalance to the US position when it comes to dealing with this matter?
I think that President Trump has been a wake-up call to Europe, but that's only because Europe wouldn't listen to previous wake-up calls. I remember as Defense Secretary way back in 2010 sitting around the table at NATO with the American Defense Secretary Robert Gates, who would say, you cannot expect the American taxpayers to continually pay for Europe's defense while Europe spends its money on welfare and consumption. When you now have the position where European countries make up 6%, 7% of the world's population, but 60% of social spending. Now, why should the American taxpayers fund that? So they've come late in the day to recognize they must spend more on defense, they must be more active in their own defense and not depend on riding on America's coattails. That's a good thing. That's a good wake-up call. And I think that they actually have responded quite well. And I think that British Prime Ministers, Boris Johnson, Rishi Sunak, and our current Prime Minister have all actually honourably filled the roles of good European leaders when it comes to understanding their responsibilities to the defence and security of the wider continent.
To what degree do you believe that Europe's unity in this matter, perhaps, as we've just discussed, is a result of American pressure rather than internal European fears that Russia has been proactive in the sense of a grey warfare in its tactics with Europe?
I think it's both. And I think that it depends where in Europe you are. If you are sharing a border with Russia, your view of your security post-Ukraine has very much diminished. So if you're in the Nordic states, the Baltic states, Poland, Romania, Hungary, and you're sitting looking right across the border at the country that has just by force taken part of Ukraine, killed tens of thousands of its armed forces, and killed and maimed civilians for no clear purpose. I think that you're probably a lot less sanguine about security than if you live in Western Europe.
But considering Russia's taken quite a toll in this conflict as well, it hasn't been the kind of few weeks affair that people thought it would be going into Ukraine, as Russia seemed to be so dominant. Does Europe really have that level of fear, grey warfare apart? Does it really have a fear that Russia could stretch itself out so far to try and destabilize or be involved in taking over other countries?
So what's the difference? The difference is that in Europe, we care about our armed forces. We would care about the human cost and the financial cost of a conflict like that. If you're Putin, he doesn't care. He's not answerable to his electorate. He's not answerable to a free media. There are no critics out there saying that the cost is too high. So just as, since you mentioned, taking an imperial view, the view of Russia was throw as many troops as needed into battle. And it doesn't matter what your casualties are. That's the view that Putin will take. I think the question that's very crucial in this is, at what point, even in Russia, does the loss become so acute, does the financial hardship become so great that the public will just not stomach the conflict?
But does he have the resources? Does Vladimir Putin have the resources? I mean, it's been proved that he's used North Korean troops to supplement his. Does he have the resources to take things further?
Well, he has an economy that's a war economy that will be unable to produce wealth. So the longer the war goes on, yes, there will be a toll that is there. But you have to understand the mind of Putin, his imperialist, aggressive tendencies to want to control Ukraine, which he believes is Russia, remember, is greater than his fear of any domestic resistance to his program. That cannot last forever in the real world, but he can last for a long time. And as long as people are buying Russian oil and enabling him to fund his war, he will continue as best he can. And if that means releasing more prisoners from prison to go onto the front line, bringing people in from North Korea or any other favorable dictatorships around the world, that's what he'll do. And as long as the Iranians are helping him supply of weapons, missiles and drones, then he's got his allies on whom he can depend, at least for some time.
Since January of 2025 and Donald Trump's return to the White House, he seems omnipresent. With executive orders, he seems to be such a dominant figure in what's going on in the world. Do you get any sense that perhaps Europe has been kicked into a very underdog position in having a say in what's going on here?
I think to an extent the reverse, possibly because of that great influence that President Trump has had, that European leaders have stepped up to the plate a bit, particularly on this, and they were not passive in this process. After the Alaska summit, they were very quick to get to Washington. So no, I don't take that view. And also, in the West, we have to understand the American political system. You've got a president newly elected in his second term. He's got control of the House of Representatives. He's got control of the Senate. But America has elections in November next year. That could change.
But still, looking at the sort of global optics, can Europe kind of step out of Donald Trump's shadow?
Europe needs to make some changes. I mean, Europe needs to be looking at its trading practices, for example. Whatever you think of the president's tariff policy, he's got a point when it comes to the EU, that the EU has been using non-tariff barriers and technical barriers to trade as an alternative to financial tariffs. So, he's right that there needs to be change. Maybe we're just seeing a little inkling of the need for change amongst European leaders.
Briefly putting on your international trade secretary hat, the one you wore for a while, does the level of tariffs, though, that Donald Trump talks about and the way he threatens them, is that good global practice when it comes to economics?
It has a different impact depending on the sort of economy you're dealing with. If you put tariffs on a country that only sells basic commodities, that has no value added, then you will definitely harm those economies. And I think that whatever the financial plus that the administration sees for the United States, you have to weigh that up against what if I make it more difficult for developing countries to trade their way out of poverty? Will that trigger a wave of global migration, which is the one thing that I also don't want in policy? So sometimes I think that in Western governments, the people who make the economic policy and the people who make the security policy don't properly talk to one another, and the dots don't really get joined up.
Going back to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, there is a feeling among many people that the world has let Ukraine down, was slow to act, hasn't been decisive enough as a community. Where is the rest of the world in this? We've talked about America, we've talked about Europe. What about other countries around the world? Where are the others? Where's China in all of this?
Well, China, I don't think is particularly bothered that the West and Russia are daggers drawn. That's not in the disinterest, if you want to put it that way, of China. Others are much less concerned. They see that as a European issue. I think that Ukraine was let down when we did not deter Russian aggression. And if I was to put my finger on it, I think that the reset under the Obama presidency with Putin was the ultimate failure of Western deterrence, and I think much has flowed from that.
But is there also a tendency at a global level for countries to become introspective now? The US, of course, seems to be so much more introspective under Donald Trump, of course, his Make America Great Again policy. Is that what's happening? Are we deglobalizing?
Well, I think at the political level, there is a tendency for countries to become much more introspective, to become, if not isolationist, at least more nationalist. And yet, at the same time, in the real global economy, we have had such a level of integration of supply chains that the idea of pulling those apart would cause so much disruption as to be not worth any economic gain that might come. And so again, you've got the world of politics and the world of business not necessarily being in the same place. I'm with the world of business. I think ultimately it's those interests that will be longer lasting, and they will be to the benefit, particularly of those parts of the world who don't yet share in the good luck of the wealthiest.
Well, that's almost the perfect segue, talking about your role in business, to discuss your role as the chairman of the Abraham Accords from the UK perspective. Tell me about the work that's being done, because you're now planning to launch a fund as well.
So we have something called the Abraham Accords Prosperity Group. It basically has 4 pillars. The Abraham Accord Prosperity Fund, which is an investment fund that we plan to launch in the near future. A project called REACH, run by the NAS group of companies, talking directly to young people in English and Arabic in the region to say, you should have opportunity. We will give you the chances to grasp that opportunity, but to talk to them in a language that is much more familiar and through social media. We also have a think tank network, including Trends in the UAE, including the Amadeus Institute in Morocco. And we have, fourthly, our advisory council, the great and the good, helping to guide us and promote us. And we're building those. And we're doing that because if you want to effect change, it can't be done just by a financial instrument. You've got to create an ecosystem which is sustainable. I've agreed to chair this grouping for 10 years. My wife thinks I'm mad, and maybe she's right. She usually is. But we need to show commitment, long-term commitment. Part of the problem is that the initiatives that we have had are very top-down. Where is the benefit on the Arab street, for example, of these initiatives? Unless young people can see that there will be something different for them, that they will get dignity and hope and opportunity from this, it is otherwise it's meaningless. And also, how do you put in place the mechanics over time that go beyond the sort of democratic mandates of 3 or 4 years that Western governments tend to have? How do you give investors confidence? How do you give young people confidence that they genuinely have friends out there who are in it for the long term? That's what we're trying to change.
The overarching issue, though, is that since October the 7th, 2023, anything that really concerns the Abraham Accords has taken quite a hit, certainly psychologically, on the Arab street. What kind of damage has it done to your goals, to your aims to try to create some kind of better world in that environment?
I don't think it changes our aims or our goals. It perhaps makes the environment in which we're doing it more difficult. But, you know, whatever happens, if you like, at the statecraft level, we still need to have a greater share of prosperity across the whole of the Middle East, North Africa region. And we need to ensure that younger people are able to share more in the prosperity that in Europe or the United States we would take for granted than they have been allowed to do in the past. And that means, how do we get more of the economic opportunity, for example, in the service industries, instead of countries buying business services from Europe or America, why are we not trying to create more of them in those countries themselves?
Who do you see contributing to this fund?
Well, we have a number of high net worth individuals, but I would also like to see the sovereign wealth funds and institutions do something that they really can do, which is invest in peace. That's the real challenge for us.
And is it the sovereign wealth funds largely from the Middle East region, or do you see this as truly global?
Well, we've had a lot of interest in the United Kingdom and the United States, but in the region itself. And we have to encourage those in the region to invest in the future of the region. And we have to ensure that, as I often say, if you've got the same DNA as your parents and you make the same choices as your parents, you end up in the same place. And we can't afford that. We need to break that. Here we are in the United Kingdom, a country massively shaped by our history. But there are those in the Middle East who are not shaped by their history. They're prisoners of their history. We need to help them break out of that.
Just a final thought then. Are you getting the sense that ears are open to your requests and your pleas for some kind of progress?
I think that people are recognizing that we cannot continue as we are. We have to create a different future, and we're not passengers in that future. We can be the prime movers in our own destiny, and we can choose to effect change if we want. And people will say, well, this is a terrible time to be launching a project like that. Well, is there a good time to launch a project like that? And if you're looking at the long term, you have to start somewhere. And I hope that those who support our aims will support our program, because it's something that has to be done as a whole global community if we're to achieve the results that we want. And its benefits will not just be felt in the Middle East, they'll be felt globally. And that should be as much an attraction to us as anything else.
Well, Sir Liam, I wish you luck. Thank you very much for joining me, sir.
Pleasure.
That was Sir Liam Fox, the former UK Defence Secretary, talking about the latest situation in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. That's it for this edition of the show. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments. From me and the team in London, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
What does it mean to be British or American or, say, Nigerian or Afghani? As discourse around the world takes on a more nationalistic tone, weaponizing us and them is an easy way to score political points. Here's a recent example. Rishi Sunak posted this on social media. It says, "Happy Yorkshire Day, proud to call it home and even prouder to represent its people." By all accounts, a pretty innocuous public service announcement, but it sparked heated debate about identity. A known far-right activist wrote, "This is England, it isn't your home." Somehow, to some people, the English-born former Prime Minister still isn't British enough. Demonising otherness is a common political tool. It's not new, but it is taking on a very visible face at the moment. Think about the anti-immigration protests outside asylum hotels in the UK and President Trump's immigration raids and deportations in the US. So, on Counterpoints, we'll ask, how do we define and determine national identity? Is multiculturalism dead? And is nationalism negatively impacting immigration? Joining us to debate the politics surrounding national identity is Bhaskar Sunkara, founding editor of The Jacobin, a magazine that describes itself as the leading voice for the American left. Andrew Allison is here with us, the head of campaigns at Popular Conservatism, a right-leaning faction within the UK Conservative Party. And rounding out our panel, Dr. Omid Shams, a UK-based human rights lawyer and writer. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints and thank you for your time. On social media and across social discourse platforms such as Substack, we're hearing and reading perhaps a lot more about nativism, the policy of protecting the interests of native-born people, as it's described. For example, in the US, we see it in discussions around what is being termed heritage Americans, people who say they're real Americans because they can trace their lineage back to the original settlers. In both cases, there's a criticism that there's a presumption that the further back your generations go, the more worthy you are to be a member of your nation. So let's start, Andrew, let's start with you in the middle of our panel there. How do we and how should we determine national identity? Is it more than just the passport you get to carry?
Well, it's certainly more than the passport that you get to carry. We've tried to define Britishness in the UK for a long time, and it's not an easy thing. But I think most people understand that it is to do with the rule of law, a sense of fair play. To give two examples, and there are many people who have come to the UK from other countries and other cultures who have assimilated perfectly well and are very much British and regard themselves as British. I think some of the problems that we've been having of late are those people who have come to the UK and have perhaps used the UK as a flag of convenience because they want a British passport eventually, or they certainly want to reside in Britain at the moment and work here, but don't necessarily subscribe to British values and British culture.
Bhaskar, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we need to have a society in which we appreciate that, of course, nation states exist, and it's okay for people to be proud of where they're from. But we need ultimately a civic nationalism that's rooted in universal values. This, I think, is in the best tradition of the Enlightenment, the ideas of equality before the law, democracy, secularism, the idea that people are more than their inherited identities. I think these bind us together as citizens in the West, and that's more important than where we're from. And sometimes these efforts to force kind of assimilation from above on people just tend to backfire and make them recoil even deeper into their identity and their communities. And I think in the United States, for example, we've done quite well, at least until recent months, in assimilating people and making them feel like they're fully American. You know, my parents came to the U.S. just 1 year before I was born. I consider myself an unhyphenated American, even though I'm proud of my culture and identity and rituals and certainly the food. I think, you know, the food in my household is better than the average American household, I think. But I never felt like I was part of an alien culture. And I think that should be really the goal. This sort of American integration should really be the goal of how European societies relate to mass immigration as well.
Omid, what do you think? Is it a way that stitches together a very robust community, this sense that you're more than the nation that you're from, or is it a problem? Is it a positive? Is it a negative?
I believe it depends on how we look at the sense of identity and the belonging, especially the national identity. If we look at it from, for example, Churchill's viewpoint, which is not necessarily left, I might not agree with him in so many things, but he, when he reacts to Aliens Act, for example, in 1905, he describes something as the old tolerant and generous idea of free entry and asylum seeker as a part of this sense of identity of the British people. So I believe that the sense of identity is something negotiated. It's not something rigid. It creates an opportunity of dialogue between the cultures that reside next to each other. I believe that as far as it depends on the situation, that people will be in charge of creating that sense of identity, as long as the government is not trying to interfere and to impose it on either side of this kind of a unbalanced discussion that we see these days, either in favor of imposing a very solid definition of national identity, or to kind of artificially promoting certain minority cultures without those communities actually want the government to do that. Then we will have a dynamic that will thrive. And in that sense, yes, I think the national identity is a positive.
Andrew, do you think that, to what Omid has been saying there, that is it a case that governments are prescribing an identity of us or them on certain members of society as a political tool?
I don't think that's particularly the case in the UK. No, I don't think that's happening. I do think that some people in British politics like to get outraged for those people of minorities, when those people are just quite happy to defend themselves and get on with their own lives. I think that most certainly does happen. And of course, we've benefited from people from different cultures coming into the UK. I mean, the most obvious example is food, I suppose. That, you know, if you go to London now, I mean, you can get any cuisine in the world made by people who originate from those particular parts of the world. So I mean that's all well and good. I think as long as the people who do come here also basically subscribe to British values, and then I think everything's going to be fine after that. As I said in my original sort of first bit, that when I spoke, the problem is when those people do not really believe in British values and maybe want to live in a ghetto of some sort. They don't learn the English language and they're very separate from the rest of society. That's where we have a problem.
Bashkar, what do you think? I mean, whether it's British values, American values, Australian values, is this idea that certain cultures that come need to prescribe to the values of the country they've arrived into, this idea of nativism, is it just demonizing the other dressed up in a more academic sense?
I think there are certain broad values that immigrants need to subscribe to, broad values. So by that I mean values like equality before the law, values like you're now a citizen, or you're aiming to become a citizen of, in the US case, a republic, or at the very least a democracy. Values that say that regardless of how you act in your own home and in your own private beliefs, that the civil sphere is secular and so on. Of course, those broad-based values are perfectly reasonable. But at the same time, I'm very wary of efforts to impose a sort of republicanism from above, because I think they tend to backfire. So, for example, in France, they'll tell you, you can't wear a hijab in public school, or you can't wear a yarmulke in public schools. And what does this make you feel? This makes you feel like you're different than your fellow classmates, that you have something to be afraid of or ashamed of. And if anything, it just makes you recoil even further into being ostracized into a separate community. Whereas in the US, I think we have a much more relaxed approach to our version of republicanism that has actually yielded a much more integrated and assimilated culture. And I think it is a little bit different than even things that I encounter sometimes in the UK, which is a sort of, at times, almost state-sponsored multiculturalism that says that there's organic community leaders that the state should be talking to and actually have the pulse on what, let's say, Pakistani interests are in the UK and so on. I can tell you exactly what Pakistani interests are in the UK. And it's not because I'm South Asian. It's because that I know people. I know that people want a good job. They want a safe streets for their families. We all basically want the same things. And I think this narrative of kind of community leaders and organic communities, I think tends to go a little bit too far, and I think naturally creates some backlash from a native-born population that says, who are our community leaders? Should I start identifying as a white Briton if someone else gets to identify, with behind their own community? And we end up creating societies that are much, much more divided instead of seeing the commonality and the universal threads that bind together all of us in this common endeavor of humanity.
I can see you
May
laughing
I just interject there, just very briefly?
Yeah, please.
May I just interject very briefly? No, it's the whole community leaders thing. Yeah, this has always been a big thing in the UK. And I think we realise that those people are not really community leaders. They're just people who are self-appointed. And you know what it's like. We all work in the media. What sort of title shall we give you? Well, I'll just call me a community leader, and then that's how it goes on.
Is it then prescribing a bit of what Bashka was saying, this that the communities themselves are generating their own sense of otherness?
Yes, in certain communities, but then again, it depends on what it is. I mean, we've had a lot of problems with people from a certain part of Pakistan, originate from a certain part of Pakistan, with various grooming gangs, rape gangs in the UK. This is big news at the moment. But at the same time, we've got people who've come from India, where there hasn't really been a problem. People coming from the Caribbean, where there hasn't been a problem. And in general, from Pakistan, it hasn't been a problem. It's just been from a certain part of Pakistan with a certain tradition. So yeah, that's the way that it is.
Do you think that, Andrew, if I could just ask you, and then Omid, I'm going to bring you in on this as well. Andrew, just to further to that, do you think that the idea of politics, of media defining an us and a them is a way to scapegoat some of the problems onto a particular section of a community?
Well, it can be, and I wouldn't just blame the media for that. I would blame politicians for that because they really do enjoy doing that. And when we had some writing issues a year ago, beginning of August last year, Keir Starmer was very keen to blame the far right. It really had very little to do with the far right. Yeah, of course, there's always a far right element involved. But the majority of people who were actually demonstrating and being very vocal on the streets were anything but. They were just concerned families.
Omid, a lot of people, when they are critical of someone's claiming a national identity that they think that they don't have a right to, there seems to be always an undertone of people being afraid of demographic change. People say England doesn't look like it used to. America doesn't look like America anymore. You know, this person doesn't look like a real Australian. Why are people so afraid, do you think, Omid, of demographic change?
Well, I don't believe that this is necessarily what people are mainly afraid of. I believe that there are, first of all, if I may, I just add something to the previous part of the discussion, which is that I agree with both Andrew and Bhaskar that what we see, there are, first of all, there are some core values. Those core values should be there. Those core values are actually the reason that countries like United States or United Kingdom, they are attractive to people who are immigrating there, or those asylum seekers who come in here. Those values, however, are diversity, the rule of law, the tolerance, and the secular democracy. It's very important that this discussion that we are having will be free and frequent, so all of these issues will be heard from different perspectives and without fear of being labeled as far right or far left, being labeled as Islamophobic or, I don't know, Muslim extremist or things like that. This will contribute to the better understanding of what are the actual problems. I don't believe that people are necessarily afraid of demographic change. I believe that at some points they feel that some parts of their culture are being diminished, or some parts of these diverse culture are being excluded. Let me bring an example from a person who's coming from a supposed to be a Muslim society. When I walk with my daughter and see that Ramadan is being celebrated, my daughter will ask me immediately why Nowruz is not celebrated here. So this is the situation that my daughter will feel that her culture is being excluded. So I believe that these kind of issues should be trusted to the people to promote their culture, to talk about their culture, and to understand. And at the same time, there are some core values. Those core values should be always protected. And if those values are protected, for example, the fundamental value of Europe, which is the Enlightenment, encourages challenging any idea, questioning them, questioning religion, questioning extremism, questioning all kind of ideas from the far left or far right. If that is possible, people can deal with it. People in a constructive construction will eventually find a common ground where they will feel that they belong to a thriving culture, which might not look like the past, but is something that each of them will share some parts of sense of belonging.
Mm-hmm. Bashkar, do you think people are afraid of demographic change?
Yes, definitely. And I think it's reasonable, to be honest, that people are anxious about rapid demographic change. When the world shifts quickly, people naturally worry about losing their place in it. So I think we should come from the starting point of not demonizing people or saying that they're inherently bigots, but rather working through their concerns. And I think the goal really is turning that fear that people have into not hostility, but sort of building a society in which no one's security depends on what their neighbors are, the material security. So, you know, just as we set kind of speed limits on a highway to make sure that people can get from one place to another safely and orderly, you know, I think it makes sense to assure people that, like, actually there is a plan around immigration, that it is orderly, but that ultimately we're building a society that's going to be better for everyone, a society in which people have good jobs and housing and healthcare, where they don't fear newcomers, but see them as partners in this effort. I think this is the really sad thing. When I go around to a place like Germany and you talk to older pensioners, and they're absolutely outraged and they're afraid of new waves of immigration, when in fact, this is the migrant workers that are working 40, 50 hours a week that are helping sustain the German welfare state that now the pensioners dependent on. So I think the key thing is really to start talking to people where they are, but ultimately to reject the kind of zero-sum vision of the world in which we're all fighting each other for a finite pie, but rather show the way in which immigration can actually bolster strong social rights. And then ultimately, you'd rather be in a more diverse society in which there is more material security and there is still a welfare state than in a more homogenous society in which there's social decay and crime and all these other maladies.
It sounds like a perfect world, and I'm from Australia, and as a nation, we prided ourselves on the success of our multiculturalism. You know, we flew the flag for being the cultural melting pot, and it helped shape our population. But if I'm honest, it doesn't feel like that anymore. Political and cultural discourse has turned, like it has in many countries, towards a more race or lineage-based definition of being a true Australian, for example. Omid, let me ask you, is multiculturalism dead? Countries don't seem to be proud of multiculturalism the way that they used to be.
Well, in a sense, yes, I would say that what we used to see as multiculturalism as a positive value is now kind of dead, because now people are worried of so many very realistic issues, including the job shortage, including the opportunity, including overwhelming healthcare system. These are real problems. This has to be addressed. But I believe that a part of what people are seeing as the cause of these problems are mainly kind of fabricated by hot debates on media, which most of the time are not, necessarily based on credible data. Sometimes they are just some sort of an image of the situation, which is excluding some parts of the problem, which is a broken governance, which is a kind of a free ticket to some of the major corporations that are now offshoring jobs and opportunities to other countries. So in many situations, people will see what is in front of them, that is the change of demography, and they'll say that, okay, these people are coming with different culture, overwhelming our public services. But at the same time, there are lots of jobs going offshores. There's lots of opportunities going offshores, and those are not necessarily visible to the people. So yes, multiculturalism in some ways going to be disappeared, but I believe that this eventually turn around, and we will see some sort of a balanced, diverse community, especially if we look at the problem from the main cause of the problem, and to address it and to talk to people about the real issues that is at stake.
Andrew, what do you think? Is multiculturalism dead in our current sense?
Well, yeah, and I think it most certainly should be, in the sense of this sort of forced multiculturalism that we've certainly had in the UK. I mean, we had a debate. Debate that's been going on the last couple of weeks here in the UK. To do with British flags, and whether it's okay to actually fly the Union Jack or fly the flag of St. George, and some councils have been ripping down flags because they're saying on health and safety grounds they're not put up safely. But this sort of whole debate has been going on, and there is nothing wrong with having pride in your country. And flags, for example, are exclusive. They're not meant to be inclusive. They're there to say that I am part of this particular club. If I go to Lord's, for example, and watch England play Australia, we're going to be flying the flag of St. George, and Australians in the crowd are going to be flying the Australian flag. And you're not flying the Australian flag to say, let's, all unite, cricket supporters of the world unite. It's there to say that I am proud of Australia. I am an Australian. So, multiculturalism in that sense, yeah. I mean, it's been, in many ways, it has tried to be forced on our country. And of course, the sheer number of immigrants that are coming across into the UK is difficult for the whole infrastructure of the country to actually cope with.
We're going to get specifically onto immigration in our final segment as well, so we'll dive into that a little bit more deeper shortly. Bashka, what do you think? Is multiculturalism dead? If it is, as our guests have said, is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing?
Yeah, I don't think multiculturalism is dead. I think there's these sorts of ebbs and flows, but I would just repeat that the kind of multiculturalism that you see in places like the UK, where the state sort of tries to manage difference by elevating community leaders and almost locking people into fixed identity, I think that's something that's not a good thing. I think it often empowers the most conservative voices in immigrant communities, and I think it fragments solidarity between different groups of people. So in the US, for all its problems, the older idea of a melting pot, I think in many ways was healthier, because it pointed towards a shared civic identity that was being constructed. And I think it's obviously easier for historical reasons for that to exist in the US, but I think broadly everywhere in the West, we need to return to that spirit, not in a aggressively assimilationist way, because like I said, I think that backfires, or that seeks to kind of erases people's culture, but in a universalist way that unites people on common rights, common struggles, and common institutions. So I kind of want to go beyond the idea that we either have to accept that there's going to be these narrow cultural boxes, or we have to, on the other hand, say that there shouldn't be immigration, and immigration's a bad thing. So I go back to this idea of giving people a sense that there's a plan, that there's an order, that in fact managed immigration is going to be a good thing, not just because the food's going to get better or because of diversity for the sake of diversity, but because it's part of creating a good society.
I mean, what about the idea of nationalism versus multiculturalism. I mean, we heard Andrew, talking about this sort of debate going on around whether or not it's okay to fly the flag, the English flag. Can you have both? Can you have nationalism and multiculturalism?
Absolutely. I believe that nationalism is not at all and the opposite of multiculturalism. Multiculturalism is based on the tolerance and diversity, which are in so many countries parts of the foundational values of those societies. So nationalism, if we look at the nationalism, if we look at the concept of civic nationalism, where we can understand those core values, and within that, we will accept that there are certain issues that is not just negotiable. That is the part of the how can I put it? The actual flavor of that culture. What made that culture unique? So you cannot just exclude that. You cannot just make it disappear, or you cannot label people who are proud of those values, those unique flavors, as I don't know, far right or extremist. You should understand that this multiculturalism is now, for example, changing, and it has nothing to do with any type of nationalism. You have digital nomads right now are going to Vietnam or other countries. They are being integrated in those parties. They are not being looked at a threat to the nationalism in those countries, in those societies. So we have to look at what is the actual threat that some of the nationalists would see when they are kind of critic of multiculturalism. I don't believe that multiculturalism is necessarily undermining nationalism if that nationalism is not trying to own the concept of defining what, for example, being a British or being Iranian, but being an Indian means. So if it is an inclusive concept, yes, I think they can coexist.
What's your take on that, Andrew? Can they coexist, or is one opposed to the other?
Well, as has already been said, forced migration doesn't work. Managed migration most certainly does work. I think that has been proved around the country. But when David Cameron was British Prime Minister, he said that he would bring migration down to the tens of thousands. And I know we're moving on to migration a little later on, but we're now still into the hundreds of thousands of people coming in. I think it goes back to some of the points that I've made earlier in this debate, in that if people come across here, they have their own identities, and that is absolutely fine. They bring with them a different culture, and that's absolutely fine. But if they want to become British citizens, and indeed do become British citizens, then there certainly should be a certain amount of national pride in being British. And if you don't really have that, if you're not really proud of Britain, if it's just convenient for you to be in Britain because you're going to have a better standard of living, then I don't think that's very good for the country at all.
It's no surprise then that as politics swings towards nationalism and the public discourse focuses on nativism, immigration is put under an even harsher spotlight. We've seen anti-immigration protests outside asylum hotels in the UK and in the US, the termination of temporary protection for many migrants, as well as an increase in asylum denials. Bashkar, is nationalism negatively impacting immigration policy? Is our sense, this sense that we're getting of nationalism and nativism, is it having too much of an impact on the way governments manage immigration? Or is it perhaps overdue for a rebalance?
So I would draw a strong distinction between the two things you mentioned there, nationalism and nativism. I think there's a certain type of civic nationalism that's perfectly fine. My parents immigrated from Trinidad and Tobago, so when I watch cricket, I have the pleasure of rooting not for a nation state. I root for the Windies. But I think it's perfectly reasonable if you're a British flag to wave the Union Jack. I had a debate in the last World Cup. I supported Britain over a certain other team, and members of my family were outraged. And I said, look at the team. It's a team shaped by mass migration. You know, it's a team that is certainly don't look like colonial overlords to me. So, you know, I think the key thing in this debate is really to reframe immigration and migration as something that's normal, that can be managed and can be done in a positive way. I think right now we think so much about migration as a crisis. You know, migration has been part of human life for millennia. Just ask people how many look at the composition of Britain itself. You know, Britain itself was shaped by waves of invasion and mass migration for millennia too. You know, people have always moved around for opportunity, for safety, for all sorts of reasons. I think the challenge is to really manage it fairly and humanely, and not to panic about it. I think that's where, if we go hard against all forms of nationalism and say, if you have any national pride whatsoever, you're a bigot, or you're an extreme right winger, you're only going to allow the far right to monopolize that terrain. So I'm fine with saying that I'm proud of being an American. Now, if someone said to me, say the Pledge of Allegiance right now, say you're proud to be an American, I would probably say, curse them off and say, no, absolutely not. I think that's the tension here. Whereas we don't want these strong dichotomies between saying, you need to assimilate now, you need to be proud and wave the Union Jack. But we do need a society where that's perfectly okay, and that's not a label or a stigma. And I think that's a balancing act that, to be perfectly honest, the U.S. had all sorts of other problems in its history, but I think it got right up until the election of Donald Trump.
Andrew, what do you make of what Bashka has been saying there?
I think we've got to introduce a new word into debates, and it's patriotism. I think with nationalism, a lot of people think of people who are sort of white supremacists. I'm not saying that they are, but I think a lot of people think of people like that, and it's a sort of a kick the foreigners out type of approach with a certain amount of nationalism. So I avoid that word, and I just think of patriotism. It's just being proud of your country. Be proud to be American, be proud to be Australian, be proud to be British. Take a pride in your country.
What about the idea of whether that pride is having too much of an impact on immigration policy, when we hear, as Bashka describes it, that it's being marketed to us as a crisis? Is it a crisis?
I think it's a crisis in the UK. I genuinely do. Immigration numbers are just being way too high. The population of the UK has gone up by over 10 million in the last 20 years. We have a creaking infrastructure here in the UK. People can't get hospital appointments, GP appointments. They can't get their kids into schools. The whole infrastructure is creaking. So yes, it is a problem. What we want, what the vast majority of British people want, is a managed migration policy. Well, I guess we do allow people in. We do if we need a dozen new surgeons in one particular speciality, then of course we're going to go searching around the world to get the best surgeons in that particular speciality. We're not going to cut our nose off to spite our face. But I think it just definitely needs to be managed.
You're in the UK as well, Omid. Is it a crisis? Is immigration a crisis at the moment?
Definitely it is. When people are worried, and when this is the top issue in the United Kingdom, where the whole society is talking about it, so it is definitely a problem. First of all, let me tell you, I am an Iranian who had to flee the state persecution, coming to the United Kingdom, where I've been given opportunity to fight for the values that I believe in, and I feel at home, right at home in this country, because of the values that this country is protecting. So there's nothing wrong with that kind of idea. So I agree with Andrew about it. I prefer the concept of patriotism, because it is based on the love that you have for those values, for those opportunities that you get in a society, and and it's all about the society. So, but yes, the immigration is a problem here, and at the same time that this is a problem of overwhelming public service, we should also understand that the immigrants are the pillars of some of the key industries and jobs here in the United Kingdom, everywhere else. Here they are contributing most to the healthcare system as well, in terms of the healthcare workers. And in many cases, when we're talking about immigrants, we are talking about immigrants who are paying their way through this healthcare system, and they are contributing to this society and to this industry. But it is not just a concept that will say we will look at it from a sentimental viewpoint and we'll be getting away with all the problems that he's posing. So we have to have a realistic view at the situation. And I agree that the managed immigration is very important. Let me tell you something about the asylum seeker. First of all, there is a misunderstanding about the difference between the illegal immigration and the illegal asylum seeker. Legally speaking, we don't have such a concept as illegal asylum seeker. Asylum seeking is a right, so there's no illegal entry for asylum seeker. But at the same time, when it comes to the asylum seekers, there are a lot of those who are seeking asylum here, but because the government is not working with the local human rights organization that know who is actually at risk in those countries, who can actually help the government to understand how to manage this, how to help, how to fasten this process of dealing with these cases. They live in limbo. They can, most of them who are actually not eligible to live here, they cannot be turned back for so many legal concerns that there is there, and they won't be enjoying any rights here. So they will live in a limbo, and that is on the governments. It's not just about looking at the immigration as a good or bad thing. It's about the management. It's about the governance. There are lots of problems that can be easily solved, so this pressure will be reduced.
That's interesting, actually. We're almost out of time, so I'm going to ask this question to all of you as we wrap up. Bashkar, I'll start with you. Governments are always, politicians are always looking for what's going to get them the biggest headline. And at the moment, if you talk tough on immigration, you're going to be making headlines. You're going to be getting the attention that these politicians want. Do you think that the issue with immigration is not rooted in reality? It's more rooted in wanting to look like you're talking tough. But really, if you wanted to make societal or economic changes, there are other things politicians could do, but they're harder and it's easier to talk about kicking out migrants.
So you're saying something I broadly agree with. You know, I'm a democratic socialist. I believe in creating bigger, more generous welfare states. I believe in the premise of equality and against this zero-sum thinking that's behind a lot of the anti-immigrant discourse. At the same time, I think we need to listen to what people are saying. And if people are concerned, they're concerned for a reason. I think telling them they're wrong or confused is the route to just leading the far right to be the only group speaking to their grievances. So I do think that there was an issue, even in the United States. There was an issue with people entering the United States through the asylum process, including many people who are just economic migrants. Now, in my mind, that's not the problem. Is that we didn't have a clear liberal immigration system. I think we should have been letting those people into the country, but they should have been let in so that they could work and contribute to society. Instead, one side was saying these people are drains on our economy. Another side was saying we need to take care of these people. They need our charity. Whereas actually, in fact, most immigrants are, in many ways, the best of the people entering a society. These are people who are motivated, highly motivated, who have the planning ability, are willing to take risks, who want to make something better of themselves. And I think the goal of a just immigration policy is how to harness the capabilities of new members of a society without displacing or hurting people who are already here. And just really thinking of a positive sum vision. So to answer your question, I think it is much easier to present these zero-sum visions of the world right now. But I don't think it would be particularly hard if politicians really wanted to present a vision in which we all uplift each other and in which we have both global development and internal development of countries that address both many of the reasons why people are forced out of their homes to begin with, but also enable them when they're entering into a new society to help the economy and help those who are already established there.
Omid, I saw you shaking your head as Bashka was starting his point there. What's your take on it?
I absolutely agree with Bashka on this, because I believe that, first of all, the immigration has to be addressed, and there are some tough decisions to be made. But at the same time, I believe that the majority of the problems are on the side of the government's mismanagement of the problem. There are many things to be done that can make it more efficient. For example, right now, this 5 years, 10 years scheme that we are dealing with in the United Kingdom, there are lots of qualified, very highly skilled immigrants that they've been here. This society invested on them, and because it's a long process, they will, if they find the opportunity, they might just leave to another country where this situation will be eased. So these are the situations that has to be addressed. At the same time, I believe that within the scheme for the asylum seeking, the process is lengthy, the process is not sufficient, not efficient. It can be improved by engaging the community, engaging the local organizations who know the situation in those countries where the asylum seekers are coming, engaging the immigrant communities to protect the values of the society, to understand how important it is for their prosperity and for the whole country to protect that sense of belonging, to be actively engaging and protecting that can ease the situation, and it will give people a sense of belonging. It will kind of reduce that concern that we see is rising in society.
Round us out, Andrew. What do you think? Can politicians be more effective if they're focusing on other sections of society, of the economy, or are they focusing on immigration because it's easy to make headlines and get popular support?
Well, immigration is a major issue, as has already been said. So it is a big issue. And the asylum processing system in the UK is a complete and utter mess. We're talking about 18 months to 2 years to process claims. You know, I'd be looking more at 18 days than 18 months. There are people who are genuinely fleeing for their lives, like you have from Iran, and you have to get to a safe country. And there are others who are just economic migrants who I don't blame them for wanting to come to the UK for a better life, but they're trying to jump the system and come through on the asylum system. But I mean, there are many other problems. I mean, the world's in economic meltdown, just about. Certainly the UK could be going cap in hand to the IMF for a bailout. We've got all sorts of issues that are going on. And although immigration is high on that list, because the British people have asked for many years now to have lower rates of migration, and we haven't got those lower rates of migration, so you understand why people are angry, and those concerns need addressed. And we've also got lots of other concerns in other areas, such as the economy.
It's a really interesting discussion, and one that is not going anywhere anytime soon. Gentlemen, thank you all for your contribution here on Counterpoints. Bashka Sunkara, founding editor of The Jacobin magazine. Andrew Allison, the head of campaigns at Popular Conservatism. And Dr. Omid Shams, a UK-based human rights lawyer and writer. Thank you for your time here on this episode. And thank you to tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And of course, you can follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to the programme. Tensions are rising not only in Gaza but also in the West Bank, where unrest has grown since the war began on the 7th of October 2023. Well, in the latest Israeli army raid, the Red Crescent says 14 people were injured, 7 by live fire. Well, the Israeli army has been carrying out systematic raids across the West Bank, targeting population centres. Well, the most recent one struck a currency exchange in Ramallah, which the Israeli army said was being used to fund Hamas's militant activities. Well, roughly $447,000 were seized during the operation. That's according to Israeli officials. Meanwhile, turning our attention to Gaza, and the US President Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is back in the spotlight. The US President is due to hold a meeting today on the territory's post-war future. That's according to his envoy, Steve Witkoff. Well, the world now awaits to see what the US President envisions for the war-torn Strip. His proposal has so far imagined turning Gaza into a luxury hub, what he called, in his own words, the Riviera of the Middle East. Well, that plan drew sharp criticism from both the EU and Arab nations, especially because it involved the relocation of some 2 million Gazans. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Ambassador Dr. Omar Awad Allah, who is the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs in the Palestinian Authority. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. First of all, mediators have circulated a draft ceasefire and hostage release deal. We understand Hamas accepted that deal, and yet Israel hasn't given an official response. Why do you think Israel isn't responding?
Thank you for having me. We do believe that Israel is not interested in ending this war. They want to continue with their genocidal war against the Palestinian people. They're still pushing and pressuring our people in Gaza for the forcible displacement and to go out of Gaza. This is the Israeli project, and we believe that Mr. Netanyahu is not interested in the lives of the Palestinians or in the lives of the hostages and prisoners. He's about himself and about continuing this war up until the ending this project by transferring the Palestinian people or annihilating all the Palestinian people.
Yeah, indeed. We've had a guest already this week here on Al Arabiya English who suggested perhaps the people of Gaza, he didn't mention people in the West Bank, but the people of Gaza, he said, could be relocated to Sinai or even Indonesia, which is, of course, tens of thousands of kilometers away. That was a suggestion that came from an academic in Israel. I mean, what do you make of suggestions like that? How would you rebut that?
Actually, we have the Arab League resolutions, the resolutions by the OIC, the Islamic Cooperation Organization, and we believe that this is unacceptable, and the Arab world will not accept us taking this decision by refusing any kind of transfer of the Palestinian people. This is a red line, and we will never accept that. The Arab world and Indonesia and other Islamic countries, they did not accept. I will never accept this because this is a war crime, and no one will be joining Netanyahu and his government in committing such a crime against the Palestinian people. We are Palestinians. We will stay here. This is our homeland. And anyone who wants us to be transferred out of this land, they can go out of this land, but not us.
We've heard from the new, well, let's say 4-month-old Pope, the American Pope Leo XIV. He, of course, leads 1.4 billion Catholics around the world. Today, he demanded that Israel stop what he called the collective punishment and the forced displacement of the Palestinians. Of course, collective punishment is something that flies in the face of international law. And I'm wondering whether you think the Pope's words carry weight And do you think that this quite strong statement will change anything?
I think it is a strong statement. It's a moral and legal voice, because transferring any of the Palestinians, including our Christians that are now in Gaza, they are also facing this genocide and this brutal occupation in Gaza. For sure, the Pope, he has that moral and legal and the voice that we want to hear from all other players all over the world. Collective punishment is a crime, but what we are facing actually in Gaza is a genocide and is a war crime, the crimes against humanity. We think that these voices, adding to those voices that already announced at the international arena against this genocidal war, can bring results, including by taking actions against the Israeli occupation, against the Israeli practices and measures, the genocide in Gaza. We believe that these voices should transferred and translated into actions by sanctioning this illegal regime, the Israeli illegal regime, by taking actions.
Yeah, I was going to say, because when I was doing my research, Dr. Awadallah, I saw that you described the situation as apartheid colonialism in the 21st century. And of course, you urge the international community not just to speak up, but to do things. Which countries do you think should be doing what?
You know, if we can recall the United Nations report about the famine, the man-made famine in Gaza, this report just divided the world into three categories. One category, these states with shame because they are silent. The other category, the states that are complicit in the crime of genocide and famine. Third, states that are principled and they are following the international law, and they are principled and abide by international law, and they respect international law and taking decisions and actions against Israel. I don't want to divide actually the world into these countries, but it is very clear that those who are silent, they should be ashamed. Those who are complicit, they should stop this complicity against our people by the complicity in the crime of genocide. And those who are principled, they should work more and work hard actually to change the opinion of the other two states, the other two categories, to come and join these efforts to implement the international law in Palestine. Actually, what Israel is doing is not only harming the Palestinian people, it's harming all the international community, because Israel is normalizing the attack on civilians, normalizing the attack on hospitals, normalizing the attack on your colleagues, the journalists 2 days ago. They are attacking every civilian, and now they are having this famine and using the famine and starvation as a method of war. We believe it's clear, crystal clear, that the international community should take decisions. And today we have a Security Council meeting, and we are calling all states to take decisions, to put forward resolutions under Chapter 7 to resolve this, and to act now to stop the genocide and the extended actually genocide to the West Bank, as you mentioned just minutes ago.
Sure, and I wanted to ask you, there are countries like the United Kingdom and France that have said that they are going to recognise the state of Palestine. Which category would you put those two countries in? And do you think their declaration will actually change anything?
You said it just a minute ago that we are now asking countries to take actions, not only words. But we value these countries that are going to recognise the state of Palestine, because this is a practical step. This is actionable issue. And this is not a mere symbolic issue. It's actionable, that sends good messages, big messages to the Palestinian people, that we see you while you are facing existential threat by Israel. We are supporting your right to life, your right to exist. And to Israel, they are sending a message that you are not sovereign over the Palestinian territory, and you cannot continue with killing the Palestinians and denying them their right to self-determination. And a message to the international community that if we want really to uphold the two-state solution, this is the practical step. So we put France and UK in the category of the principled states that are willing to take actions, and they are taking actions, because UK, they already put Smotrich and Ben Gvir as terrorists on the list of terrorism in their countries, and they are denying them the entry to UK, and other brave countries already and bold countries took the same decisions, that putting those terrorists on the list of terrorism, their national list of terrorism. So this is actions that we are asking countries to take more actions, like such actions toward sanctioning this regime.
We've been covering the situation in Gaza since this channel began a year ago, and I've been covering it for a year before that, obviously since the beginning of the war in Gaza. And there's some very strong language associated with what's happening there. Most recently, as you mentioned, famine. There's also the accusation of genocide, ethnic cleansing, war crimes, crimes against humanity, indictments at the International Criminal Court. Why have none of these announcements, none of these extremely serious sorts of language and choices of word and actions caused a reconsideration by Israel? Why won't Israel reconsider?
Actually, because Israel is a rogue state. Israel thinks that they are above the international law. It's ruled by war criminals. Mr. Netanyahu himself, he's a war criminal, and he's wanted before the International Court, Criminal Court. So he's a war criminal, and the Troika and the Israeli government are terrorists, and they are settlers. And if you look at the International Court of Justice and their determination about settlements and settlers that should be evacuated, that this is illegal regime and should be end as rapidly as possible. So Israel, as a rogue state, they are not interested in international law. The way that they are strive more is in war. They are. It's a war cabinet. It's a war government. This is how they conduct their business, by committing crimes and the worst and the heinous crime, the crime of genocide against the Palestinian people. So we believe that the only way for this government to stop this genocide is by states take actions and take sanctions and put some consequences on such governments by political, economical, trade sanctions on Israel. This is the only way to act now and to let this government to stop what they are doing against our people in Gaza or in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem.
Let's turn our attention to what's happening in Washington today. President Trump hosting a White House meeting on post-war plans for Gaza. Does that give you a sense of optimism?
You know, the current American administration, this is the administration that they brought the first ceasefire. And Mr. Trump, when he was elected, the ceasefire became true, and we had a ceasefire that Israel broke in January, actually. So we believe that if the American administration wants to bring a ceasefire, they can do that by pressuring Israel. Maybe the only administration that can put pressure on Israel to stop this war, to stop this genocide, is the American administration. We as Palestinians, we all always optimistic, and we are looking forward. And we believe that the only way out is by stopping this war, stop this aggression, and stop this genocide against the Palestinian people. And we believe that those who are principled, they can bring a ceasefire. But unfortunately, yet we do not see any actionable by the American administration or any other international player to put an end to this genocide. Today we will be monitoring and we will be following what is really happening in Washington at the American administration and in the Security Council in New York at the same time. And if the Americans are serious about ending this war and this genocide, they can go to the Security Council and submit a resolution under the Chapter 7 to end this war and to compel Israel to accept the international law and the rules of the international law. The resolution 2735, it was an American-made resolution. Unfortunately, Israel never implemented any of these resolutions. So we believe we need more pressure on Israel, and we're still looking at what today the American administration will come up, especially after the massacre yesterday and the massacre the day before and today's massacre and the famine that is happening in Gaza. We believe that America can be at the third category that I mentioned, if they want to be at the principled, category of the world that are principled with international law and fulfilling the international law and the international legitimacy.
Let's turn our attention to where you are. You're speaking to us from Ramallah in the West Bank. And of course, there have been considerable tensions there this week. There's been the announcement of yet more settlement expansion there. What is the situation like today?
Actually, you made an easy word. It's more than tension. It's an extension of genocide to the West Bank. It's an ethnic cleansing, as you said it before. It's an apartheid regime that Israel trying to entrench in the occupied Palestinian territory. They are using their settlers, their terrorist settlers, to attack the Palestinian villages under the cover and the protection of the Israeli occupation army. The situation is horrible. It's not less vicious and brutal than what is really happening in Gaza Strip. It is the same. Israel is attacking all aspects of lives here. Now they are trying to start with their colonial project, which called E1, that will separate the West Bank and will divide the West Bank into two separate entities, two separate units, actually, without any viability, without any connectivity. This is the textbooks, as in the textbooks, the name of the apartheid and the rightful of how they want to dominate the Palestinian people and to segregate the Palestinian people. So the situation is horrific. The people are dying. At the north of the West Bank, we have more than 40,000 people forcibly transferred out of their houses. Their houses were demolished, actually, so nowhere to go back. At the same time, there is attacks on the holy sites in Jerusalem. Israel is doing every violation in the international law and in the Geneva Conventions and in the Rome Statute. Israel is a war criminal and it is ruled by war criminals, and we believe that they are trying to continue with this war against our people because they are not interested in any way or another for the Middle East to be a calm Middle East, or in a way or another have peace or security or prosperity in the Middle East.
I mean, just lastly, when you talk about further divisions in the West Bank along the lines that you just mentioned, what do plans like that do for the ambition of a two-state solution? Do they make that ambition no longer viable?
It's the independence of the state of Palestine is not an ambition. It's a right for the Palestinian people. It's a historic, it's a legal, it's natural right for the Palestinian people to have their state and to achieve their right to self-determination. I think we had a great opportunity and great momentum in New York in last July, when we had that conference, the peace conference that was co-chaired by Saudi Arabia and France. That is an opportunity. That is an initiative for peace that will be, instead of the initiative of death that Netanyahu is trying to impose in the West Bank. So we believe that there is opportunity if anyone wants to take that opportunity and to use that opportunity for peace and security and stability in the region and in the Middle East. We have that conference that was held in New York, and with the good declaration and the annex to that declaration that we all can endorse and work accordingly to implement the two-state solution by ending the illegal occupation and by dismantle the Israeli illegal regime and apartheid regime, and to dismantle the settlements regime and to evacuate all settlers out of the Palestinian territory. If we want opportunity, if we want a peace plan, if we want a plan, we have that conference, we have that outcome, we have that declaration where we can work toward ending this illegality that is happening in the Middle East, not only in Palestine, and to resolve the peace and security problem in the Middle East, which is the question of Palestine. There is an opportunity. settlements, in a way or another, they will be dismantled. They cannot be here forever. The occupation will end, and we will be confront this occupation by peaceful means and by using the international law and the efforts and the good efforts by our brothers, the Saudis and friends, the French, by the conference that was held, as I said, in New York in last July. And we will continue on that effort in upcoming September in the General Assembly to fulfill the outcome of this declaration toward the fulfillment of the independence of the State of Palestine and the two-state solution as the practical step toward having peace and security and prosperity in the region.
OK, we're going to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Omar Awadallah, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs in the Palestinian Authority, thank you for your time, sir.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trump's 50% tariffs on India take effect as Modi promises tax cuts and urges support for Make in India. Meanwhile, Trump is holding a White House meeting on Gaza as new details emerge about a deadly hospital strike. And a shooting at a U.S. school leaves 2 dead and dozens injured. Plus, pop star Taylor Swift has announced her engagement to NFL star Travis Kelce, sharing a heartfelt post that's already racked up 18 million likes. Now, Donald Trump's 50% tariffs on India have officially taken effect, hitting one of Washington's strongest Indo-Pacific partners and threatening millions of jobs in export-driven sectors. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is responding with promises of tax cuts and urging citizens to support Make in India as the country navigates the economic blow. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White and Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight. Shane, we know that these tariffs have taken effect, the additional 25% that Donald Trump was threatening. So the big question is, what impact is this actually going to have on the Indian economy?
Well, I've been watching a lot of interviews with Indian business on various sort of news shows throughout the day, and a lot of them were all saying that this is going to have a big impact, especially on sort of low-cost and low-margin industries, because it's basically going to impact things like sort of clothes, diamonds, and these kind of industries. And the U.S. sort of India sort of goods and service trade is worth about $210 billion, so it's quite a substantial amount, and it has been going up sort of 8% last year. But the issue is, and this is the bugbear that Trump has with a lot of the countries, is that there's more goods going from India into the US than the opposite way around. So there's a big deficit, which is his sort of massive bugbear, and we're talking about like $45 billion. So it's quite a substantial difference. But when you look at it in the grand scheme of things, the US accounts for only about like 2% of India's GDP. So if you look at any country around the world, if they knock off 2%, you'd be like, oh, they'll be fine. So India is going to survive, but what I think is quite unfortunate that it's, like I said, it's going to impact probably the poorest end of the employee sort of demographic in India, and those that are sort of in high-end industries like pharmaceuticals and electronics have been sort of fairly sort of exempt from this from the moment. And I looked up at the Indian Express, which is one of the local newspapers. They were predicting that US trade could actually drop by up to like 40-45% in the next sort of year. So yeah, it's going to have a huge impact, and unfortunately all of the companies that I've seen being interviewed were saying that they're already seeing the impact because they knew this was coming, and they were saying that the American buying public is not going to absorb this, so they'll either be forced out of the market, or they'll have to look at other markets like the UK, Europe, sort of the Middle East. But yeah, it is definitely going to have an impact.
Yeah, and it's been such an interesting conversation. But earlier I spoke to economist Laurie Laird about why India is continuing to buy crude oil from Russia. And here's what she had to tell me.
This is what I can't get my head around. I haven't found an economist who can get their head around this, because India isn't the only economy buying discounted Russian oil. Now, India is profiting to a certain extent. It's buying this cut price crude oil, putting it through its many refineries on Indian soil, and then distributing that domestically and selling it abroad. But India isn't, China is taking a lot of discounted Russian oil. A couple of years ago, the G7, and with America's consent, said Russia can sell as much oil as it wants at a price of $60 a barrel or lower. So everybody was in on this. And the reason for this was to avoid removing a whole lot of oil from the global markets, thereby pushing up the price of energy. Now, this is what really confuses me. India is buying about 1.5 to 2 million barrels a day. If India goes and seeks that oil elsewhere, and Russian oil at this point is not discounted by all that much, given the market price of crude, because crude prices have come down so much. But were that Indian demand to go somewhere else, we're going to see oil prices skyrocket, which is exactly what Donald Trump said he does not want.
So there is quite a lot to the story, and a lot of it was the fact that Donald Trump was putting this extra 25% tariff on India to almost punish Russia, to get Russia to the table over the war in Ukraine. But it's an interesting concept that China is buying more Russian oil, and of course the G7 did say Russian oil can be sold at a discounted price. And Modi's language and what he's been using, I feel like maybe there's more to this than what the eye can meet, Gemma.
Yeah, I mean, he's taken a very defiant stance, which I think is to be expected, because 50% tariffs, it's almost akin to like a sanction, as opposed to these secondary tariffs. So, and this week, the Minister of State for External Affairs, he called the tariffs totally unjustified and unfair. Now, this echoes what Modi has been saying over the past few weeks. He has said he's ready to pay a very heavy price for resisting these, what he sees as US attempts to almost bully them into the direction that the US wants them to go. Now, Modi has also sort of turned internally, and he's said in a speech, we should become self-reliant, and he used this phrase, economic selfishness. But he says they should become self-reliant, not out of desperation, but out of pride. So he is, really kind of, he's looking to win hearts and minds in his nation over this. Now, I think what's interesting is the big focus has been on oil. It's been on the fact that India is still buying oil from Russia. And as we've said, but China is as well, but they've not had secondary sanctions. But Modi has also said it's not really about the oil. It's about the US wanting India to import genetically modified crops. And now that's not been a big story because it's been overshadowed by people talking about oil. And he said Absolutely not. We're never going to import those. And again, he appealed to Indian farmers. There are millions of Indian farmers, and they are very strong politically. They're very influential. So he's saying we're not going to import these crops. So he's winning over agriculture in India. So it's interesting that it's not just the oil. There's this issue about crops as well.
But yeah, I think it is to do with oil in some respects. But the point towards the end that your economist made there about if Trump gets his way and India stops taking Russian oil, that the price will go up. I kind of don't agree with that in some respects, is because if you look at who India's second, third, fourth, fifth supplier is, it's Iraq, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and even the US, which is quite small, but which are all mainly part of OPEC, and they're going to agree to produce a lot more coming forward. So yes. I think there was always that concern that if once they start pulling back and started producing a lot more and sort of open the taps, that then the price will go down. So I think those two conflicting things will then balance the price out. So I think that element is what I would disagree with her on. But Iraq is in desperate need of finance. So if that gets sort of a bailout, so to speak, from India, taking more from them, and then obviously then after that Saudi Arabia and UAE, which is our backyard, so it's all good.
Yeah.
So oil makes the world go around in this part of the world.
They've not said they're going to stop buying.
No, they haven't. And they've stayed pretty steadfast in that. They said they're going to be doing what's best for the Indian economy.
Yeah, they said
best
wherever they get the best deal from, they said they will just continue to do so.
And we must remember the population of India is completely vast. And, oil is needed. It's needed to make sure the lights are still on. It's a huge part
Exactly.
of the economy.
And even if Trump pushes this a lot, and like I said earlier, it's only 2% of the whole of GDP, but they get 40% of the oil from Russia. So I'd imagine in sort of New Delhi, they're doing the maths and go, okay, well, if we lose the trade, but we're benefiting by getting cheap oil from Russia, and they can probably just go to Moscow and say, okay, give us an even better deal, to annoy Washington further if you so want to. But the only notice thing I did is when you look at the statistics, is that India was increasing its oil, but it had started to decrease in recent months. So I think the sort of pushback is sort of working in some respects, and a lot of the analysts were saying that the sort of decline will continue into the rest of the year. So I think in some respects Trump's already putting in place policies that were already taking effect anyway. So I think they will buy Russian oil, but I think it will start to drop
in the future. But it was so interesting because yesterday I was speaking to someone on this very topic, and I thought he brought up a really good point to me, Derek Grossman. He said to me, we've got to think about it in another way. He feels like this is personal because he feels like Donald Trump has come out time and time again and he said he stopped the tension between India and Pakistan, which could have been a nuclear war, and he stopped that. And he feels like Narendra Modi should have nominated him for a Nobel Peace Prize and hasn't. So in many respects, this isn't just about Russia. He said it goes deeper. And also, if we look about the fact that, the talks have stalled in New Delhi because of their resistance to opening up the country's vast agricultural and dairy sectors. And because of that, US trade negotiations called off this planned trip to New Delhi this week. So some people are saying, actually, maybe it's more personal than we think, and this is the way that it's been dealt with.
Well, Trump does hold a grudge, we know this.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised because we've seen it in other parts of the world, like in Panama. Do you remember way back when Panama was in the news?
Oh my gosh,
that was such a long time ago, and that was the biggest thing. And then Greenland, and the Trumps have had dealings in Panama. There was unconfirmed speculation that it might be something personal as well. So I don't think it's unusual, and Trump has even said himself that he'll take revenge on his enemies. But then there's the question: if we can solve all of these wars, and the sort of way we can get around that is giving him a Nobel Peace Prize, would you like to see him get up on stage and accept it?
I think if that's the carrot that needs to be dangled in order for them to start solving things, by all means.
Yeah. I think just allow him to have it.
Yeah, he really wants it.
Telling us that he's brought 6 wars to an end. Just you know, why not? Go on.
I think he'd be,
do it for everyone.
If it works.
Yeah. Now, moving on to another story coming out of the US today. President Trump will hold a large meeting on Gaza at the White House. So, Gemma, this is actually, I think maybe going ahead now as we speak, but this has been in the planning. I felt like we didn't really know about it, but Witkoff was speaking on Fox and Friends yesterday and giving an interview, and also Donald Trump had some comments in the Oval Office yesterday too. And according to Witkoff, they expect to settle this war between Israel and Hamas soon. Donald Trump said a very similar thing. Soon? Is that a bit much to hope for?
It's not really a fixed term, is it, soon? There is a sense that momentum is gathering. So on Monday, Trump said that Gaza will reach a conclusive ending in the next 2 or 3 weeks. That's his favourite 2 weeks. He cites that time period quite a lot. On Tuesday, Witkoff said Washington expected it to be settled by the end of the year. And this was echoed again by Rubio. Now, I don't think it's realistic that things are going to be ended by the end of the year. And I guess that would depend on your definition of what ending the war actually means. If it means Israel out of Palestine, that is completely unrealistic. They are still talking about the evacuation, or as they say in the Times of Israel, the conquering of Gaza City. That doesn't appear to have been taken off the table. Hamas is not looking like they're going to, disappear off the planet, which again, Israel has always said eradicating Hamas is part of ending the war. The hostages are no closer to being released. So this talk of ending the war, I think it's kind of the wrong language. I think they should be using words like looking for the next solution or the next step, because I do believe this kind of language is giving false hope.
And I think a lot of what you said is also really true. Eradicating Hamas is almost impossible at this stage because it's ideological.
You can't eradicate an ideology or a thought or a movement. You just have to look at the Taliban to see that. You simply cannot. So, yeah, the word eradicate means obviously to wipe off the face of the earth, to wipe clean of all memory. It's simply not possible. So if you have this impossible goal, how can you ever say if you've achieved it or not?
And it's just one of those situations, isn't it, that we find ourselves in, and we find a lot of diplomatic talks happening.
Yeah.
And also, what is actually interesting, I've got a few breaking lines coming through here. There's a UN Security Council that's been held today alongside this White House gathering, which apparently Tony Blair and Jared Kushner will be attending. But all UN Security Council members, except for the US, have said Gaza famine is a man-made crisis. All UN Security Council members, except for the US, warn use of starvation as weapon of war is banned under international humanitarian law. So I think this is the situation we're getting into. How far does Israel need to go for the US to actually act?
Well, yeah, that's a very good question, and you kind of wonder, what do the Israelis have on Trump or something? Is there some video somewhere? Because it doesn't make any sense. And they were saying, it doesn't adhere to international humanitarian law. I don't think Israel cares about international law. I think that's been sort of proven over the last sort of 22 months, and the 62,000 people that have been killed. So I don't think they're going to worry. They don't seem to care what sort of the allies think, what the EU thinks, the UN thinks. So I don't think that over in Israel, they're going to be worrying about this at all.
But do you think that, we've seen these huge protests and demonstrations, but within Israel itself, we've seen this yesterday. It was in Tel Aviv, it was in Jerusalem, it's spread to other cities now. And do you not think that Israel itself and the US are realising, gosh, there's this growing momentum from the grassroots at home, from the hostages' family, and also from Western traditional allies?
Yeah, possibly. I think the things that will only sway it possibly is if you see American bodies coming back to the US for, if they're killed in Israel or in, different parts of the world. That's the only thing I can sort of see is that would sway the MAGA sort of vote in the US, and that Trump will then sort of look at and see, okay, but I think, I don't know, A, how that would happen, and B, if it would have that much effect. But I think it is sort of wondering, like, how far do you have to go before the US is going to intervene? And the fact that they've even objected to these latest UN sort of resolutions that the rest of the allies have come together with. And I don't know how you could say that this is not a man-made famine. You just need to look at your eyes and look at the TV and see what's happening. So it's an extremely good question about how far can Israel go before the US says enough is
we
enough.
just saw a hospital being struck, didn't we, twice, and 20 people dead, 4 or 5 journalists and the rest patients, and one would think, oh, that's the step that's going to, just be too far, and it's not.
But then I think we were saying that in the White House, as part of this comprehensive plan that the Trump administration has put together, which we don't know what is comprehensive about this plan, but we're looking at some of the previous remarks in February, it was to basically move the Palestinians out, and then we'll have the Gaza Riviera and all those pictures that we saw as well. But the problem is where those 2 million sort of Palestinians go. Do they go into the rest of the Middle East, which a lot of the Middle Eastern countries don't want? Do they go to Germany and the UK? There seems to be issues with that at the moment as well.
Yeah, there's issues with UK immigration as well. I think Trump was very surprised that the Middle Eastern nations were not prepared to suddenly take 2 million refugees. I think he sees it as one big homogenous area. The way they talk about Europe now as if it's just one big country. They tend to talk about Africa as if it's a country. I think they were quite surprised that people weren't going to throw open their doors.
That was the stumbling block. So I think that's the part of the comprehensive plan that is maybe not as comprehensive as he probably would like.
Yeah. But what I find interesting is, we also have to just think of the situation with the hostages, because that has been a major sticking point in any ceasefire deal that we've seen. Hamas have signed the latest ceasefire deal on the table. Israel wants all the hostages home. As the boundaries have been changed. But it's also really interesting because today at the UN Security Council meeting, they actually heard from a freed hostage, and she'd spent 50 days under Hamas captivity, and just spoke about the horror that was felt from that side and from the 7th of October. So, in many respects, I think Israel is saying, we've got to defend our borders, we can't let this happen again. So that is their rhetoric that we obviously have to respect and listen to what hostage families and freed hostages are saying. But I think a lot of the world is now also thinking, what can we do? And of course, Shane, the Pope, we've heard from the Pope, he's spoken out before. Madonna's even called for the Pope to go. I mean, how much influence does the Pope have? Because we've heard from the UN, haven't we? We've heard from just everybody.
Well, I think I have to look this up. This is Pope Leo XIV. My Roman numerals are not as good as they used to be, but it's the 14th anyway. And he's the first American Pope. So you could think maybe he'll have some sway, but unfortunately I think the Pope is kind of like the British monarch, where it's ceremonial and it's really, really nice. But in terms of power, I think, we're talking like a century ago on, I'm an Irish Catholic. I think, the popes are all great. I remember Pope John Paul II when he came to Ireland. It was all great. But I don't think anyone really takes what that comes out of the Vatican quite seriously anymore, in terms of it's going to sway the 1.whatever billion Catholics to suddenly change. And I don't think Israel is going to be shivering in their boots when thinking, oh, the Pope has said that, we have to go and do something. And I think, he's a nice old man, and he can sort of do mass and stuff like that. But I don't think anyone is really going to take his words as seriously as maybe the rest of the world thinks they will.
I guess his words make headlines, don't they, of course, because he's made a statement, but whether there's anything behind it that will be a call to action. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I don't think, I think it's very much a sort of symbolic role. For example, like when he came to Abu Dhabi and he met up with other sort of religious leaders. And I think maybe if he got together with sort of like a high-profile rabbi and they were seen to have sort of discussions and there was some sort of call, then that would be a more powerful sort of visual. But I don't think Israel has proven that it doesn't really care what international organizations or the Vatican or anyone. I think the only thing that Israel really cares about is what Donald Trump thinks, and that is the biggest swear in the. So if he changes his opinion, then we might have to go back to the Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah.
But you know what I find interesting about Pope Leo? Just a quick note before we end the conversation. You know, he said the Vatican can be a neutral place for Zelensky and Putin to meet in the talks, and then he's actually come out and spoken about Israel to, you know...
Well, there was that famous scene with Zelensky and Trump at the Pope Francis funeral, which was quite...
Yeah.
So that could be a breakthrough. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe if they get into the Vatican, you might think, right, peace, love, and all of that.
But I do think he's quite an interesting pope for his political stance. You know, he's spoken out a few times. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And a Wisconsin man has been sent to jail after faking his own death so he could meet a woman in the country of Georgia. Before disappearing, he took out a life insurance policy and applied for a replacement passport. Well, Shane, I mean, whoa.
This is brilliant.
I feel like, you know, why just not tell somebody you might be leaving them for someone else? He's made quite the journey.
Yeah, so this is Ryan Borgwart, which is probably not how you pronounce it. He's 45, and then so on August 12th last year, he went to Green Lake, which is about 100 miles northwest of Milwaukee. Anyway, yeah, it's been a long day. But anyway, so what he did was, so then he overturned his kayak, got out into the lake, and then he had an inflatable raft, which he then used to get to shore. Then he cycled in an electric bicycle, which is an important detail, I think, 70 miles to nearby Madison, then went on a bus from Madison to Toronto, then was for a plane from Toronto to Paris, then went to Asia, then ended up in Georgia, and then he met this woman. So this must be some woman that he went to all of this trouble to.
It's quite a journey.
Wow.
It is quite a journey.
70 miles on an electric bike is a very long way.
Do you not have to recharge it?
You have to pedal, don't you?
Oh, you have to pedal if it runs out.
Yeah.
You probably had to alternate and pedal and alternate and pedal. But, I mean, who is this woman? Where did he meet her? What more do we know about
Yes, Gemma,
her?
tell us all.
Yes, because, I mean, he left a family, essentially.
He's a married man, as you said. He's got 3 children. He met an Uzbekistani lady online. Now, she's not been revealed. We don't know who she is. But what we do know is he went above and beyond for this, what we presume is a relationship that he was pursuing. So he got his new passport. He got life insurance. He transferred a lot of money overseas. This is possibly my favourite part of it. He had his vasectomy reversed, so clearly he had some hopes of perhaps starting a new family, and then he faked his own death. Prior to that, he had done online research about how to fake a drowning. And he'd specifically chosen Green Lake because it's about 100 feet deep, and he thought a body would not surface there, because that was one of the reasons why the police started investigating, because no body appeared, which on a lake they would usually presume it was. Surely setting up a Tinder profile would have been a lot easier than all of that, honestly, even if you were cheating on your wife, which is obviously very unfortunate. But yes, we don't know much about the woman, but, you know, she must be the Uzbekistani, like Liz Taylor or something. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, well, who was the lady who launched 1,000 ships? The most
Helen of Troy.
Helen of Troy,
yes. Maybe she... But what I find really fascinating, do you think that when this lady met him in Georgia, she think, oh, gosh, this is a bit of a red flag? You know, he's made this huge journey.
He's faked his own death to be with me.
There will definitely be, I think, a Netflix or a podcast or a YouTube thing from this anyway.
Yes.
So I wonder, is like, we've all gotten those sort of emails from, you know, Nigerian widows of every single leader ever who've got millions who want to send to your account, and all they need is your bank details. So I don't know if there was some sort of con in it, or maybe it was just true love over the internet.
But tell us a little bit about the jail time and what he's going to serve, because, you know...
89 days he got.
But is that how long he was actually missing
for? That's the amount of time the judge said he had wasted wasted law enforcement's time because that's the amount of days they
spent 89 days, looking and searching for
So
her.
he actually did quite a good job at disappearing.
Well, the prosecution as well, they wanted 45 days, but the judge was like, no, 89, we're gonna double this. They spent about $30,000, well, he's got to pay back $30,000 in restitution because you think, the money they spent, the
time
the
they
manpower,
wasted.
the time, and a wife and children who believed that their husband and their father was dead.
I know. And then when he came back, she divorced him, surprise, surprise.
She did.
I don't blame the poor wife.
Thank goodness for that.
I quite like that.
Yeah.
I mean, the one thing about it is she filed for divorce, but no wonder. But I just want to remind you of a story that I remember. And as soon as I heard this, I thought about the John Darwin case. Do you remember that case, the British man's disappearance? And that was with the kayak too.
Yeah.
But what always fascinated me about that case, it was actually a long time ago that it happened. It was actually 2002, but there was a big ITV documentary on it, which I watched.
Yeah.
But he faked his own death, but was actually living next door to the family home where his kids and wife were. For very many years until they found out. And I
wasn't his wife in on it? Was she?
She was
in on it. Yeah, it was a life insurance scam.
And then they went to Panama.
They went to Panama, and then there was a photograph of them taken, and so the story transpired. But I just think, gosh, that is. It's just so fascinating, the lengths that people go to. And that was for life insurance. And at the time, they got paid out £250,000 in life insurance. But the kids have spoken out since and said how traumatic it was. They thought their dad had died. But the whole time the mum was in on it. So it's fascinating what people do. But why always a kayak?
Must be a lot of kayaking in. I guess they're literally hoping that it will be cause of death drowning even without the body.
You don't know where the body is.
Yeah, exactly. And that was on a river, and so you can float down that, but obviously in a lake, you don't really have anywhere to go.
But fascinating. I mean, I've got to give it to him, an A for effort when it comes to love.
Why he came back to the US as well? Because he must have known that he was going to be convicted, we get divorced and all of that. So
we're not sure if he was betrayed by the woman, because a Russian-speaking woman phoned the US authorities, and she connected them with him. So we don't know if she.
We have to wait for the podcast.
Yeah, if she told on him, or if he was ready to come home.
So we're going to move on to another story now, and it's actually not about divorce. Taylor Swift is officially off the market. The pop star announced her engagement to NFL star Travis Kelce, sharing a heartfelt post that's already racked up over 18 million likes. Social media erupted with fans cheering and getting emotional over the couple's news. And I can't actually tell you how happy I was, because I'm a massive Taylor Swift fan. I've loved her since her country music. And obviously, so much hype around the engagement, the wedding. I can't wait for it. They've been, the US royals. This is who it is. So are you surprised that fans just went sort of a little bit starstruck crazy?
I am not surprised in the slightest. I have friends who are very, very excited about this news, so I've seen it firsthand. People feel like it's their best friend who's got engaged. She has that type of relationship. I'd say there's a lot of parasocial relationships that go on between Taylor Swift and her fans, but she has cultivated that every step of the way. She's very open with her fans. Her albums, as we know, are diaries. The insights, as soon as an album is released, people are poring over the lyrics to find out who that person is and this person. So, and the whole time she has actively encouraged that. She's never been one to pour her heart out in an album and then say, no, but I want my privacy. And I think that's really important in this day and age. She lives a very public life, and this has been a very public relationship and a very public engagement. And I think it's interesting you called them American royals, because I do think America's been looking for a long time for someone to step into that Carolyn Bessette Kennedy, JFK Jr. role. They want these icons, and they kind of fit perfectly. You've got the girl next door and the the sports jock, it writes itself practically.
Yeah.
I couldn't agree with you more, because I love the caption that she put. She said, your English teacher is marrying your gym teacher.
Yes.
And I thought that's just so perfect. But also the fact it's sort of that American dream. You know, she's a Southern girl who essentially wrote music really into country, and she meets the all-star sportsman, and it's like a lovely love story, and they both just love each other for who they are. And he embraces all of Taylor's fame and, you know, what she loves to share. But I also just think we have a golden thread always running through our show, and it's Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And even Donald Trump actually was asked about it in the Oval Office last night when there was a really serious meeting. They interrupted him to say,
I know.
breaking news.
And, you know, it's the fact that that's stopped, probably, I don't know, maybe they're talking about Ukraine, thought let's stop to go to Taylor Swift. And he did say, I wish them a lot of luck. I think he's a great guy, and I think that she's a terrific person, which was quite shocking in itself, because he's only back in May, he said that I hate Taylor Swift in capital letters.
Yes.
And he said she's no longer hot and the tide has seriously turned. And he's previously said that he's not a Taylor fan and that she'll probably pay a price for it on the marketplace, while at the same time that didn't happen because she's been declared the richest female musician ever just this week. And also, I think her new album, The Life of a Showgirl, will probably do okay.
I think it's going to be a great album.
It's going to be a smash hit.
But I just wonder about this because, you know, I've always listened to Taylor Swift's album and I love the songs that she writes about the makeups and the breakups. But really, you know, the interesting one, like she had one in the latest album called The Smallest Man That Ever Lived, about Matt Healy. And I thought that was just the ultimate diss track. You know, ever break up with someone, just basically call him the smallest man that ever lived. But my big question is, like, creativity. Now that you get married and you're happy, you mentioned Alanis Morissette.
Yeah, she had the best breakup album probably ever in
Ironic.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
Dragging Little Pill, the album.
I love that in the 90s, and we still don't really know who he was. But you're right. And then remember, there was all that stuff about maybe when Adele got married and got happy.
Oh
yes.
So there is some merit in it, but I don't mean to be all doom and gloom. But like we will have the wedding album probably, because I don't think she'll get married for like a year maybe or 6 months. So she can churn out another album.
I think it's going to be sooner rather than later.
The papers were saying that they think it'll be before the end of the year, which possibly, you know, she's a billionaire. You can turn around a wedding in probably no time. But then
we won't be seeing protests either, like we did with Bezos. I'm sure there will be people.
Oh, there definitely won't be that.
I think it'll be a much smaller, intimate wedding, like in.
Oh no! I hope it'll be like in the Vatican with the Pope.
No,
we could get Zelensky, Putin.
They would turn up. They would.
Oh no, but then she'll get the Nobel Peace Prize, and Trump will never.
Trump would hate her again. Yes.
But what do you think about her creativity? Does love stifle creativity? Or does it make you just a little bit more mature?
That's really interesting because I remember when Beyonce wrote Lemonade, that was about troubles in her relationship, and it was absolutely fantastic. But she has produced incredible albums when she's happy with Jay-Z. So I think when you're writing a happy album, you've got to just write bangers and disco hits and like amazing songs like that, as opposed to gushing about how in love you are. Because we love Taylor, but no one really wants to hear that. You know, there's a lot going on in the world, Taylor. We're happy
kind of
for
like
you.
Shake It Off, Blank Space. You know, what's the one? He's Trouble or something. They're all like.
I knew you were trouble.
None of those are kind of lovey-dovey.
No, they're not.
But then, you know, over 50% of marriages end in divorce in the US. So.
Well, you know what? I really hope that this marriage works out for her, only because, you know, Taylor Swift, I look at her and I spoke to a Swiftie fan earlier and they said Taylor Swift feels like our older sister.
Yes.
You know, she's someone who I don't think ever has had awful scandals about her. Yes, maybe criticism for her relationships, but, you know, she's quite a sort of solid role model for many girls and many young women. Taylor Swift, she talks about who she is. She's been a fantastic businesswoman. I don't know.
Oh yeah, she's like I said, the wealthiest.
You know, I wish her all the best in a marriage, because I think, you know, she's actually a good person to look up to.
She's very savvy as well. Like, I don't think she gets the credit. I mean, she's an incredible singer-songwriter, but the savvy way she has negotiated fame, going from country to pop, that's not easy, because country is very territorial. You know, once you're gone, you're kind of
look at
dead
Beyonce
to them.
trying to break
into
exactly.
Country. There was the altercations online with Kim Kardashian and Kanye West. Yes. That went on for a very long time. And she emerged from that.
That's true, yeah. And then when she bought back the rights or remade them...
She took on Scooter Braun. And
very smart. So I think...
She's very smart, yeah.
I think, though, that level of intensity and... could be stifling for a relationship. But I think, like you said, all of that she's gone through, I think she does seem like someone who has her head screwed on and has already gotten through all of that level of vitriol that comes with sort of fame and fortune. But then it's not just her that we got to consider. It's him as well, and how he can cope with being in a relationship.
He's totally along for the ride.
Of the world on it, and have they got a prenup? I don't.
That's the main thing.
We would assume we've just talked about how savvy she is. Yeah, she's not going to get married without a prenup.
So let's move to the part of the show that I love, because Gemma and Shane, you've chosen some stories. I wonder if the prenup will be in the Guinness World Records. Could be the biggest prenup ever. But tell us about the Guinness World Records, because it's actually turned 70, and today, to celebrate it... Yeah, 70. I can't believe it. So 70 years we've had these records, and to celebrate, it's highlighted some unclaimed titles that maybe people should give a go. Why not?
Yeah, so you could have... These haven't been done, which kind of surprised me. The most whoopee cushions sat on in 1 minute. The fastest time to blow a stamp, 10 metres. The furthest distance bottle flip. I don't know what a bottle flip is, but we'll come back to that. The most high fives in 30 seconds. I quite like that one. Have we got 30 seconds? No, we go. The fastest 400-metre sack race, and the fastest time to ascend Everest on a bicycle.
But you could die doing that because of altitude problems. So I don't know if the Everest one is
That's quite a tricky one.
Yeah, I think
we could do the high fives and the whoopee cushion
and the sack race. Yeah, but I think like the Everest one, maybe you might not have much left by the end.
No, but I quite like that it's 70 years today because it actually started right in the town where I grew up.
That's amazing.
Well, Castle Bridge in County Wexford in Ireland.
And it's basically the person who owns the Guinness brand who started this, right?
Yeah, they were shooting birds on a stage, very down with the people. And they were like, what is the fastest game bird in Europe? And they said, if only there was a place you could look up a list of records. So then someone said, that sounds like a great idea. They started the book, and now it's sold probably like about 150 million in 40 countries. And I would say it's still going relatively strong. Do you remember the BBC show with record breakers is coming back? So I think there's still interest in being record breakers.
And also, I wonder if this could have broken any records. Corgis. Tell us about yours, Gemma.
Corgis.
Little corgi doggies, and they're competing for titles in Lithuania.
This is Lithuania's annual corgi race, which I was not aware of until today, but now, obviously, I'm completely obsessed. It's in its 5th year, and it involves 120 teams. So this is massive. This is happening in Lithuania, and I had no idea. Teams from Poland, Latvia, Germany, Austria, and Italy, and they compete in the solo sprint. There's best dressed, there's mightiest voice. So we've got corgis running around dressed up as Batman, dressed up as princesses. A corgi named Amigo won best dressed, being dressed up as a fur factory with little chimneys as well. So the attention to detail, you have to respect him. And another called Mango won the solo race. There they go. Look at them go. Now, I didn't know as well, corgis are herding dogs. So they have an insane amount of energy, as we can see. But it's a bit of joy, really. I think it's so joyful. Beautiful. It's absolutely wonderful.
Oh, do you know what? Just a little bit of knowledge. Do you know what corgi means in Welsh? Because they're Welsh dogs.
No, tell.
It means small dog. Because, obviously corgi was Welsh, so I know that... but they are gorgeous little things.
It's a bit of fun, love it.
And, of course, the Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah,
she loved her corgis.
It's good that the corgis haven't sort of gone into history now that the Queen has gone. That they're still living on strongly in Lithuania.
This little plane.
Here we are. Here's best dress. Well, here's the fancy dress competition.
Oh, wow.
It's comedy gold.
Oh, absolutely beautiful. What a nice story to end on. Everyone just loves dogs. What would we do without a Rastafarian dog there? And that's all we've got time for tonight. Thanks to today's guest, correspondent and columnist Gemma White, and Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. G&T with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye, and thank you for tuning in.
Decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and we've got an action-packed edition coming up today as the UN Security Council gears up for a vote on whether to end UNIFIL's peacekeeping operation in southern Lebanon. We ask, why are some people calling for the mandate to end, and what difference does UNIFIL make? Plus, we'll speak to a French Foreign Ministry spokesperson for his take on the re-implementation of sanctions on Iran by France and 2 other European powers. And, being Thursday, we'll get a check, as we do every week, of all the top stories in the United States. Hello and welcome to the programme. Plenty of developments coming out of Lebanon these past couple of days, starting with some public outrage over remarks made by the US envoy Tom Burges. Well, he was in Beirut, so with his fellow envoy Morgan Ortagus, pushing for Hezbollah's disarmament. Well, Burges had planned to travel to the south of the country, close to the Israeli border. But after making comments that many there saw as derogatory, protests broke out, forcing him to change his plans and cut his trip short. Well, Burges had earlier told the Lebanese press to act civilized and warned them against behaving, quote, animalistically. Let's take a listen.
We're going to have a different set of rules, right? You want, please be quiet for a moment. The moment that this starts becoming chaotic, like animalistic, we're gone. You want to know what's happening, act civilized, act kind, act tolerant, because this is the problem with what's happening in the region.
Well, let's get more on this. We can speak to Richard Kuyamidjian, former Minister and Head of Foreign Affairs in the Lebanese Forces Party, who joins us from the Beirut area. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. I wanted to ask you first of all about a vote at the UN Security Council, a resolution they'll be voting on could end what's been more than 4 decades of UNIFIL operations in southern Lebanon. And I want to ask, in your opinion, should UNIFIL remain in southern Lebanon?
Well, UNIFIL was constituting like a buffer zone between Lebanon and Israel. However, unfortunately, I mean, UNIFIL was not playing the role that has been, for it. Hezbollah was developing an infrastructure underground, and after 2006 war. UNIFIL was supposed to play a much more advanced role in dismantling the whole South Lithuania area from any armed groups. However, Hezbollah kept, developing his underground infrastructure, and we saw the result of it during the last war. So either UNIFIL would play a major role in applying totally 1701, or as we see now, the U.S. and Israel was, they have a different position than the Lebanese state, and they wanted UNIFIL to end its mission.
So just to help us clarify this, you are of the same opinion as the United States, that in fact UNIFIL hasn't fulfilled its stated duties and responsibilities. Therefore, you think their mandate should not be renewed. Is that correct?
No, I mean, we wanted the UNIFIL to play its role. We want them to stay. Don't take me wrong. But we want them to abide by 1701 and to dismantle all militia groups' infrastructure in the zone which they control. So if they play that role, we are for them to stay. We want them to stay. So because it's important to help the Lebanese army and to play the role that they were supposed to play.
Okay, I mean, it seems the US wants the Lebanese government to be what they've called the sole provider of security in southern Lebanon. Do you think that goal is realistic?
Well, yes, absolutely. But the Lebanese army needs support, needs help, logistically and as well as financially. So once we support the Lebanese army, we back it, with all means. It's supposed to play, to fulfill its role in securing the area and assuming the full sovereignty of the state. So yes, the Lebanese army can, but they should provide for it, the logistics, the finance, and the full support.
I mean, does all of this boil down to a question of money? Because, for an outside audience, people who don't know Lebanon well, they'll be saying, right, you've got UNIFIL in the south of Lebanon doing some military duties and activities there. Hezbollah has filled another void in the country, providing what some people see as security and protection from Israel. Were the Lebanese army adequately funded and adequately equipped, they could do all of these things, couldn't they? There'd be no need for UNIFIL or Hezbollah. Is that a fair statement?
Absolutely, absolutely. We, now recently, I mean, the Lebanese government took a decision to dismantle all militias and to ask for Hezbollah to dismantle its infrastructure, and the decision was about the disarmament of Hezbollah between now and the end of the year. And the Lebanese army has to come up with a plan by the end of August, I mean next week. So the government will have a plan. In that way, yes, I mean the Lebanese army can secure the whole country, not only South Lebanon. So this is why the militias has to dismantle itself, and Hezbollah has to be disarmed. Now, fortunately, I mean in this transitional period, the UNIFIL would stay there to back the army and to help the army. So in 1 year and a half, as a resolution, the new resolution about renewing the mandate of UNIFIL would state, the Lebanese army within this year and a half would be able, I think, with all support from our friends, whether the U.S. or the Arab countries, the Gulf countries, the army would be able to assume its responsibility.
Right. So in the same way that the U.S. provides significant financial support for the army in, for example, Egypt, you would like to see the US step up and contribute more and help more, offer more support to the armed forces in Lebanon.
Absolutely, absolutely. We need much more for the army to be able to do its the job assigned to it.
Okay, let's go back to talks about what you were saying about disarming Hezbollah by the end of the year and the plan to achieve this being submitted. I mean, do you know anything about that plan? And do you think it's realistic to disarm Hezbollah? After all, Hezbollah doesn't say anything that makes you think they really want to cooperate, do they?
Yeah, but at least now we have a government decision that would that want Hezbollah to be disarmed. Not only Hezbollah, but the whole all militias and all unlawful, non-legitimate organizations.
Do you think that role can be achieved without sparking civil war?
Absolutely. No, nobody wants civil war, you know.
But is it a danger?
For a civil war to take place, you need two parties. I mean, no sect, no political party is willing to be part of the civil war. Now, the deal now is between the Lebanese army and Hezbollah. So if Hezbollah wants that confrontation, that would be a different story. But now the Hezbollah has to abide by the decision of the government. So this is where we are now. Nobody wants civil war.
How do you assess the chances of this happening by the end of the year? Hezbollah hand over their weapons. I mean, is this really realistic?
Well, I mean, the Lebanese government, you know, as a legitimate government, has different leverage, even on Hezbollah. First, you know, the government had the monopoly of bearing arms, number one. Number two, the Lebanese army, with all its intelligence apparatus, with you know, the right to give permission to bear arms to different groups. I mean, with its all intelligence, they can be able to you know, to control all actions and all movement of Hezbollah. So yes, the Lebanese army had many leverages to control the situation. Now, one thing, I mean, if Hezbollah wants to confront the government, confront the army, then it will be he has to bear responsibility for all its action. So all we want now is for Hezbollah to abide by the decision of the government. So now Hezbollah is in a situation of unlawful organization, militia, and non-legitimate organization. So he's in bad situation now, and the Lebanese government through the army would have to take control of all areas.
I want to ask you about the visit to Lebanon earlier this week by the US envoy, Tom Burges. He had to cut short his visit to the south of the country. There were protests. He didn't get the warmest of welcomes. But would you say it was a productive visit overall?
Well, yes. I mean, he's playing a role, you know, in sort of mediation between Lebanon and Israel. He has his plan of like a step for you know, a step for a step. So a reciprocal you know, action would be taken by Lebanon and by Israel. So as long as we dismantle Hezbollah, Israel has to withdraw from many areas. So it's always good to have somebody helping Lebanon, dealing with Israel. So this is what the U.S. is doing. And he proposed a plan, and the government approved his plan. Now, you may tell me Hezbollah is not abiding by this. He's not taking it seriously. Well, he has to bear the consequences, because it's part of the agreement of cessation of hostility signed by ministers of Hezbollah during the government of Meati back in November 2024. So, which state clearly the agreement that no groups, no armed group should be in Lebanon except the legal, legitimate army and internal security forces. So Hezbollah now is facing a major responsibility. Either the country is going to stay in the state of chaos and in the state of instability, or we're going to all abide by joining the state, by working for the state to have full sovereignty on all over its territories.
Do you fully support the Trump administration's initiatives? Do you agree with every aspect of what Tom Barrack and Morgan Ortagus suggested while they were in Lebanon this week?
Well, yes, it's part of implementing 1701 and the agreement of cessation of hostilities. So, and we go with what the government, the Lebanese government, has approved. The Lebanese government has approved the Barrack's plan, and Lebanon is ready to apply the agreement. Now, Hezbollah and Israel, Israel is not fully abiding by this, and neither Hezbollah. So, but for the government, for the Lebanese government to do, is to assume its responsibility and its sovereignty on, over all its territories. So this is the responsibility of the Lebanese government, regardless of what Israel would do or what Hezbollah would do. I mean, the Lebanese government has to take control of its own land, of its own territories.
It's been a very eventful 12 months for Lebanon. Of course, there was the Israeli military operation. There was the killing of Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah. That's not quite a year ago. I mean, an awful lot has happened, and we've seen repeated visits by people from the Trump administration to Beirut trying to solve these issues, as we've been discussing. Do you think the normalization of ties between Lebanon and Israel is something that we might see happen in the years ahead?
Well, let's start step by step. We have between Lebanon and Israel, we have the armistice agreement of 1949. So let's start first by applying this, and later on, Lebanon would be part of the whole area. If Syria and Jordan and the Gulf countries and all the Arab countries would go for a peace with Israel, well, then it will be much more realistic to talk about it. But now, for the moment, we have many issues that need to be addressed first before talking about final peace with Israel. So we have some disputed area between us and Israel, between Lebanon and Syria. So we have, Israel now is occupying many different sites and different areas. So once we finish with all this, once we have Hezbollah dismantled, once we have full control of the Lebanese government over all its land, then we can sort about normalization and long-lasting peace. But for the moment, I think we have many issues, we have many priorities, so it's not the time now to talk about peace.
Okay, so I mean, a lot has happened, as we said, and a lot is happening even this week. I mean, a huge amount is happening. Does it feel like your country is on the track to a brighter future after what's been a very bleak and very alarming 10 years or so?
Well, now I think we have the opportunity now to first, everything would start with the basics. The basic for us is to assume sovereignty on over all our land. Number one. Number two, we need, for sure, I mean, we're in a deep economic and financial and monetary crisis. So we need reforms, we need state institution building, reforms, we need the infrastructure reconstruction. We have many issues, once we achieve all those, and there is a huge window of opportunity to go ahead with securing sovereignty, with reforms, with reconstruction, if we do all these steps, for sure the future of Lebanon is bright, because the Lebanese people they're smart, they're successful, so we can assume this by ourselves. Definitely we need some help from outside, some financial investment, definitely, but I can assure you that once Lebanon live in stability and in security and in the state of law, then you'll see Lebanon thriving more and more.
Yeah, and just lastly, I mean, we spoke to the Minister for Social Affairs, Haneen Sayed, earlier on this week, and I put a question to her and I asked her if she felt that Lebanon was rising from the ashes, whether it had turned the corner on these bleak years of financial turmoil, of military involvement from other countries. Do you share that assessment? Just to wrap up.
Well, definitely Lebanon will rise from the ashes. I have no doubt. But again, I mean, you need full sovereignty, you need security, you need stability, you need the state of law, because we have a democratic system, we have a pluralistic system that's hard to govern, between the power sharing between the religions and sects. But definitely there is a will now within and a feeling, a will and a feeling within the Lebanese population that they need their country back. And they need a bright future for their kids. So all the will is there, and I have no doubt once Lebanon would have stability and security and full sovereignty, I'm sure that Lebanon will have back our country then.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Richard Kuyumajin, former Minister and Head of Foreign Affairs in the Lebanese Forces Party. Thank you for your time, sir. Well, in addition to developments in Lebanon, there have also been significant developments in neighbouring Syria the past couple of days. Well, Syrian state media is reporting that Israeli forces carried out an airborne raid near Damascus after multiple strikes on the site. Well, Israel has not confirmed that operation, which would be deepest inside Syria since President Ahmad al-Shara took power in December of last year. Well, Shara has increasingly accused Israel of seeking to expand its influence in the region. Well, Syria is one of the topics that I will be discussing with my next guest. Well, we can speak now to Christophe Lemoine, who is a spokesperson for the French Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs, who joins me now from the Quai d'Orsay, the French Foreign Ministry, in the heart of the French capital. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, sir. There's some news just into us, actually, about sanctions being reimposed on Tehran by 3 European countries. France is one of them. Could you explain to us why France has decided to take this action?
Well, as you know, we've had a very long negotiation with Iran in the framework of this agreement, which is called the GCPOA, which is the agreement that was reached in 2015. And the three European countries have been always privileging dialogue and a diplomatic solution to the Iranian nuclear crisis. Yet, Iran has not made, the needed effort to reach a good point and to reach the negotiations. So this is the reason why that the three European countries decided today to action one measure of the 2015 agreement, which is called the snapback, which is the possibility that is offered to every party to reimpose sanction if requirements are not met. And this is the point of what was done today. But there is a 30 days delay in which we hope that the Iranians will go back to the table of the negotiations. But what was done today is just, engaging this snapback clause and, sending a strong message to Tehran that they should come back to the table of the negotiation.
Okay, so this scenario can be averted. What's your message to Iran? What should they do during these next 30 days?
Well, the message to Iran is the same that the message that has been given to Iran for the last years. Again, there is no credibility in the, Iranian nuclear program and no credibility in terms of a civilian program. All this, Iran should comply to the provisions of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, and those negotiations should be resuming, so that we will reach a point where we will make a deal with Iran on its nuclear program. And the message is only this one. So what was done today is a strong signal to Iran that negotiations should resume and we should obtain a result diplomatically through negotiation.
There are lots of topics I want to discuss with you, and I want to turn our attention now to Gaza. And we heard President Macron at the beginning of the week saying that the latest Israeli strikes in Gaza, particularly the one that struck a hospital, were, quote-unquote, intolerable. Just tell us, what is the French government's position with regard to the situation in Gaza?
Well, the French position is very clear, and we've been saying it for many weeks now. There is no military solution to the situation in Gaza, and in that framework, the Israeli strikes are not justified and intolerable. They should be a political and diplomatical solution that would, lead to the creation of a Palestinian state, to what we call the two-state solution, of the two states living side by side in peace and security. Because what we see now in Gaza is that the military operation of Israel brings chaos in Gaza, brings hunger, and brings a humanitarian situation that is absolutely not tolerable. So this should stop, and there should be a movement towards a political solution, a diplomatic solution, where there could be a Palestinian state living side to side with the Israeli state.
And yet, earlier in the month, President Macron did announce his intention to recognize a Palestinian state. And that's something the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, says is going to fuel anti-Semitism in France. What does France say to that accusation?
It's absolutely wrong. I mean, France has been, always on the side of Israel when it went to, anti-Semitic aggression, and that was the case of the massacre, the horrible massacre of the 7th October 2023. We've been condemning very strongly what was an anti-Semitic, massacre that day, and we've been, condemning, and we will condemn always anything that has to do with anti-Semitism. Yet the situation is such that there is no military way out. There is no military solution to the situation in Gaza. So there has to be a political solution, and recognizing a Palestinian state is one stone brought to this two-state solution that I was talking about. There is no recognition of two-state solution when there is no recognition of the Palestinian state. And this is why that was announced by President Macron. So this recognition is a signal to go forward, and to go forward towards peace, and to go forward towards stability, and to go forward towards a situation where there could be, for Israelis and for Palestinians, the possibility to live side by side in peace and in security.
It's been a very busy week at your ministry, sir. The week began with the US ambassador to France, Charles Kushner, being summoned by the ministry. He's angered, he says, that the president is not doing enough to fight anti-Semitism in France. He didn't actually attend the meeting. His chargé d'affaires was there in his place. But what was the point of that meeting?
Well, the point of that meeting was very clear. There is one rule in between states in terms of international relation, and one rule that is clear: you don't intervene into national politics. And that's something that all the states will do around the world. And by saying, with this declaration, Ambassador Kushner was, immiscing within French internal policy, and that was the point of this meeting and of this convocation. This principle of non-immixtion into national politics is entwined in the Vienna Convention on diplomatic relations between states. It's Article 51, and that was the message given to the chargé that Ambassador Kushner was not supposed to make comments about French national politics.
And how did the meeting go?
It went well.
Okay. I want to ask you about another subject, Lebanon. Another subject very much in the news, really, for the last 12 months, but particularly the last couple of days. And Lebanon is traditionally very much in the French sphere of influence, isn't it? And yet this week it's been very much the Trump administration that's been in town. They seem to be generating the headlines, leading the discussions. How involved does France continue to be in Lebanon's affairs?
Well, that the situation in Lebanon is, as you mentioned, carefully followed here in Paris. And you remember that there was a ceasefire agreement that was signed between Lebanon and Israel with the United States and France, and it was the agreement of November 2024. And this agreement is still the framework in which we work with the Israelis and with the Lebanese to restore the peace in the south of the country. So France is still very much involved in the situation in Lebanon. We're still, participating actively in the monitoring framework of the ceasefire, and we are still in close contact with our Lebanese partners, the Israelis, as well as with the Americans. Again, there is one priority for Lebanon, is to restore the stability and the peace in the southern part of the country, with disarming the Hezbollah and returning to a complete control of the Lebanese army.
And in neighbouring Syria, Paris, again, involved, Paris brokering talks between the different factions in Syria. Just what is France's level of cooperation with the new leadership in Damascus?
Well, there is a cooperation ongoing with the new authorities in Damascus. You remember that, acting President Sharaa was in Paris in May, where he met, President Macron. And we're still, confident that the new authorities in Syria will keep their engagement to have an inclusive democratic transition, which means that, a transition that it will engulf all the components of the Syrian society, whether religious or ethnic or political component of the Syrian society. So we're still, very careful about those things. We're still in close contacts with the Syrian authorities about this. And of course, we saw what happened, in the northern part of the country with the Alawites, or in the southern part of the country with the Druze community. And we're still very, following very closely the situation, and we're still in close contact with them. Yet, We also are very supportive to those authorities because we've been contributing to the lifting of the sanctions that were, against them in Brussels, especially the European sanctions, to help the country restart, especially economically. So we're still in close contact with the Syrian authorities, and we're still, helping them, restart the country, but in the same time being very careful about the democratic transition.
I want to move to Ukraine. And the British Prime Minister Winston Churchill once said, "If you give in to aggression, there will be no end to the humiliation you'll have to suffer." And yet we're looking at a situation where Washington appears to favour making concessions to President Putin. And I'm wondering whether France's desired outcome in this is more in line with Winston Churchill or President Trump.
Well, it's complicated to make some comparison because Winston Churchill was, British Prime Minister a long time ago. But what is true is that France is very committed into supporting Ukraine to reach, a ceasefire and a peace agreement that guarantees the security of Ukraine, because the security of Ukraine is in a way also the security of the European continent. So there are active discussions, especially, of course, with the Ukrainian, but also with our American partners. We share the objective expressed by President Trump of ending the conflict very soon. We're following very carefully, the discussions that he had a few days ago with Vladimir Putin. And we're still, supporting very much a solution that will, allow Ukraine to regain its sovereignty and to have, concrete and solid security guarantees.
Okay, now, broadly speaking, how would you characterize France's view of the threat posed by Moscow?
Well, the threat posed by Moscow is now very clear. And what happened in Ukraine in 2022, but what happened in Ukraine in 2014, what happened in Georgia in 2028, it's always the same scenario. Russia wants to regain territories. Russia is aggressive. Russia doesn't hear any argument in terms of negotiation, in terms of international law. They're just, behaving very aggressively. So we know that, and the only stance that we can have is to show Russia that no, it's not going to work that way.
And just lastly, one of the other top headline news stories really this whole week has been the stability of the French government. The Prime Minister, François Bayrou, surprised everyone on Monday announcing that there would be a confidence vote. That's going to happen on the 8th of September. It's a bit of a gamble, and the idea is to break deadlock surrounding plans to reduce French debt levels. You know all of that, but that's for the benefit of our audience. This all carries an element of risk, doesn't it? And I'm just wondering, what was the Prime Minister's calculation in announcing that confidence vote?
Well, the procedure triggered by Prime Minister Bayrou is fully constitutional. That's Article 49.1 of the French Constitution. That is right, to call for a confidence vote. And that will happen on the 8th of September. So we will see what is the outcome of the vote.
Okay, and what happens if he loses? I mean, will there be new national elections?
That I cannot tell you. The Constitution says that if you lose the confidence vote, then the government falls and that you will have to reform a new government.
Okay, well, we'll have to see how events unfold. But we're going to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us, covering lots of different topics.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Christophe Lemoine, thank you for your time, sir. We're going to focus more on Gaza now, where many people are still mourning the deaths of 5 international journalists killed by an Israeli strike in Gaza at the Al Nasser hospital 3 days ago. Well, amongst those killed was Mariam Abu Daga, who freelanced for the Associated Press. Israel has called this strike a tragic mishap. Well, the Committee to Protect Journalists reports that close to 200 journalists have been killed in Gaza since the war began. Well, let's get more on this now. We can speak to Sarah Koda, who is the Middle East and North Africa Regional Director for the Committee to Protect Journalists. She joins us from the Jordanian capital, Amman. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. Your organisation, the CPJ, has documented the killing of at least 197 journalists and media workers since the war began in Gaza. Of course, there's been widespread condemnation of what's happened from all governments around the world that you can think of. Lots of international anger, and this has turned out to be a deadlier conflict for journalists than the Vietnam War. What's your understanding of why it's been so deadly for journalists?
Thank you very much, Tom. So it's true that for us, the war in Gaza is the deadliest since CPJ started documenting in its history. And it's deadly because of the death toll in Gaza and because of the patterns that we see. To be honest, Gaza is a very small area under siege, and when you see this number of journalists being killed with no accountability, it means that more journalists will be killed over the time because those who are killing them are being able to do that with zero accountability. This is the reason why we are seeing a large number of journalists being killed. But this is not the only reason. This is the reason why they are able to do it with impunity. But the reason behind killing journalists is because local journalists, the Palestinian journalists in Gaza, are the only journalists on the ground who are witnessing what is happening in Gaza and being able to document this and open a window to the world for the reality of Gaza. And Israel, of course, they want to silence this witness and they want to silence the truth. And how can they silence the truth? It's either by killing a journalist or threatening them so they are afraid not to speak more, or by starving them to death.
So what you're saying is the Israelis are deliberately targeting journalists operating on the ground in Gaza?
In many cases, CPJ investigated many cases, and we believe that at least 26 journalists were directly targeted and murdered. We are still investigating in other cases that we believe that there might be a war crime and a murder targeted killing for journalists. But for now, we have 26 journalists confirmed being murdered.
I want to ask you about what happened on Monday. 5 journalists, media workers were killed in an incident that Prime Minister Netanyahu has described as a tragic mishap. What do you make of what he said? What do you think of his choice of words, a mishap?
You know, I think that So at the beginning, we thought it's a double tap, and then last night CNN revealed a new footage, a new video showing that it was a multiple strike, not even double tap. It was 3 strikes in a row. And I think that when the government discovered that one of the killed journalists was working or a contractor with Reuters, they felt that this might lead to a bigger problem for them, and they decided to go publicly and immediately saying that this is a tragic mishap and that they do not intend, they respect press freedom and journalists, and they would never target and kill civilians. But you see the contradiction between what the Prime Minister Netanyahu said, and later on the same day, the IDF statement said, where they said that they killed 6 terrorists. So they targeted and killed 6 terrorists, which mean that this strike was not at all a mishap like the way Netanyahu described it. They said that they saw a camera on the roof of on the rooftop of the hospital, the medical complex, and they decided that they want to eliminate this camera. But they did not tell us if there was multiple cameras, or they knew if this camera belongs to a journalist who works with Reuters. So even the investigation and the findings of the investigations that they announced last night were not convincing.
Okay, just tell us, what are the rules of how journalists be protected in countries? I mean, are there obligations by nations to protect journalists working in the field?
Yes, of course. Under the international law, journalists are civilians and should be treated as civilians and not to be killed or harassed. Journalists are not doing their job out of choice. It is a necessity for them to be in war and conflict zone to document what is happening. And when a journalist is wearing their press vest or holding their cameras, they should not be targeted and killed, because a press vest and a camera are not weapons. As long as the journalist is a civilian and does not engage in any military actions, they should be treated as civilians, and they should be protected under the international law. So when a journalist is killed, by the definition of the international law, it will become a war crime, and there is consequences for this. There should be independent investigation and accountability and justice for the victims and their families.
And these, of course, we've been talking about Palestinian journalists for the most part who are working in Gaza, the ones we've talked about who've been killed. The majority were Palestinian.
No, sorry, it's not the majority. All of the killed journalists were Palestinians.
Okay, all of them. Okay.
We don't have any case of any foreign journalist in Gaza who has been killed.
Okay, and I mean, despite international calls for international journalists to be allowed in, Israel seems to be resisting those calls. Why don't you think Israel wants international journalists on the ground in Gaza?
Because it's very easy to discredit Palestinian journalists and claim that they are part of Hamas propaganda and kill them and run away with any kind of accountability when you kill them. It's harder when it's international media. If international media are on the ground and they see what the Palestinian journalists are seeing and they start documenting, it means that they will reveal the truth in a wider way, and also because they are internationals and consequences from their governments will be very grave, Israel will be hesitant to kill them. This is why Israel wants to make sure that the international media and the international journalists are not going inside Gaza, because they need to make sure that they are hiding the truth and hiding what is happening. Because if you are sure that you are not committing any war crimes or killing civilians or starving the population or killing journalists and medical workers, you will not hesitate from bringing the international media inside the country, inside the stripe, and allow them to document and report freely and in a very independent way. But Israel has banned this from the beginning, and even when at the beginning of the war they allowed for few international journalists to go inside Gaza, it was a pre-planned trip where they took them to certain places and they were able to report on certain things. Now, while the war it's coming to its 23 months and the death toll is in the rise on daily basis, people are starving, people are displaced. Definitely, Israel does not want this to be revealed.
Sure. When we put that question to Israeli officials, they always say, we don't want international journalists going to Gaza because it's a very dangerous place. It's very unsafe working conditions. What do you make of that argument?
To be honest, it's not, for me, this is not even an argument, because journalists and war correspondents has been documenting and reporting from war zones and conflict zones for decades. And by the international law, when they go to a war zone, they should be protected. So the journalist would go to the war zone knowing that I'm wearing my vest, so I will not be targeted and killed. But also they know that it comes with the job. When you go to a war zone and document, you might get injured or killed because of the situation, but they do that because they feel that they have an obligation and this is part of their mission. So I don't feel that this is a valid argument from Israel, because they can say that we will allow the independent media to go inside Gaza and we will make sure that we will protect them, but we can't guarantee that. And then they give the international media the choice to go or not to go. I know for a fact that there are many international journalists and media organizations who are demanding that their journalists go inside Gaza and document everything that is happening on the ground. So we know that there are journalists who want to go and they are willing to take this risk.
Right, yeah, we've spoken to lots of journalists who say they would go if only they were able to get in. Just to wrap up this conversation, Sarah, I mean, what do you think will be the impact on how this conflict is remembered, of no journalists being admitted from the outside? How do you think that's going to change the narrative, and what impact might that have on any eventual legal hearings, any eventual tribunals?
To be honest, it's very difficult to really predict what's going to happen. But I can tell you what I wish that we can see happening in the future. First of all, I do not wish to see what is happening in Gaza becoming a pattern in the entire world, where journalists can be targeted and killed, and those who kill them can run away with murder without accountability and without any kind of investigations. What should happen, in my opinion, that there has to be a revision to the international law itself. And we need to have laws that says when there's a conflict zone and there's a war zone, there should not, international media and media should not be banned from covering the war. And there should be concrete measures in how we protect those journalists, identify that they are in the area before the military decides to hit this area. For me, this is how we can think of the future, because otherwise, what will happen in the world to this profession and to all journalists is that they might become a target anywhere just because they are trying to do their job and say the truth.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Sarah Kudda, the Middle East and North Africa Regional Director for the Committee to Protect Journalists. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you very much.
Well, as usual on a Thursday, we take a look at the top news stories coming out of the United States. And joining us today is Amanda Mackey, Republican strategist, lawyer, and a friend of the program. Amanda, great to have you with us. Let's start with what is unfortunately a tragic story, Wednesday's deadly shooting at a church-run school in Minneapolis. The FBI Director Kash Patel is calling this an anti-Catholic hate crime. I mean, is this the top news story in the United States on all the channels today?
Absolutely, it is. It's a big tragedy. Obviously, we mourn for 2 young children starting school, parents sitting in a Catholic church being gunned down. I mean, really sprayed down by this deranged person who basically left this manifesto that was very, I mean, I read the full manifesto, all 4 pages, that was so selfish, so narcissistic, saying that, you know, I want to leave this world and this is such a bad place. Why did he have to take the lives of 2 innocent children? And I think what's scary about this is that as someone who is, you know, I have a conceal and carry permit, I do own a gun, you know, sometimes I have these conversations, especially amongst females, that say, you know, I'm scared when I drop my children off at school. I worry that someone, just like what happened yesterday, just like what happened in Parkland, and you name it, every few months, this is unfortunately happening in the United States. I'm scared to leave my kids at school. So what is the answer? Yeah, some people may say, well, I'll pull my kids out of school and homeschool, but the reality is that's not available to everyone. So what is it that we need to do as a nation? Our lawmakers, what needs to happen to stop these tragedies from happening? We're never going to stop it, but what can we do to make it happen less?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, there's been all too many these sorts of tragedies in the United States. There seem to be, you know, regular shootings that you know, take the world by surprise, that shock the world and America, obviously. I mean, has this triggered the usual sorts of debate that we tend to get in these situations about tightening up of gun ownership laws, perhaps reducing the number of guns in circulation? What's being talked about?
You know, this one's a little different. This one's all been about transgenders. So they've been obviously noted that the individual who is deceased, the gunman, was going by the name Robin, but was born Robert, had recently undergone a transition and had transitioned, I guess, not clear on that. But, you know, a lot of this topic has now shifted to the trans. And so, you know, a lot of people on the right are saying, you know, this is mental health. Clearly someone who they've kind of drawn it out from someone who has to transition from being a man to a woman, you know, and the mental health issues that ensues, you know, if they are transitioning, why aren't they getting the mental health that they need? So it's a topic that's always discussed when we discuss, you know, these tragedies that happen. Mental health is always the biggest part of it, because who in their right mind would do this? No one. As a gun owner, never would that happen. The people that I know, that would never happen. So it is clearly someone who's deranged. But what's interesting is that he legally, lawfully obtained those guns. There wasn't like a straw man, someone in the middleman, anything like that, that as best as we can tell right now, without further investigation. So they're looking at the mental health. But what's really coming out, if you saw Nancy Pelosi yesterday saying, you know, we protect the trans community, we love the trans community, and others talking about trans rights, even the mayor of Minneapolis himself saying, you know, we protect our trans community. So it was an interesting shift, because typically you don't see or hear that. But I have seen on social media where people have gone back to the most recent shootings, let's say over the last 4 years, and said every single one of these people had some kind of trans ideation, and really putting the onus on the mental health that the people who are transitioning may not be getting. And that becomes part of a much larger debate as to why young children are able to transition from becoming a male to female or vice versa, and maybe not getting the mental health that they need.
Okay, and I just want to pick up on one thing you've mentioned, because you've said it more than once, that you are yourself a gun owner. I mean, do you feel like having a gun, and if more people had guns, that in fact there would be more security on the streets of the United States? Is that where you come from?
Well, here's the reality, is that in Washington, D.C., they make it all but impossible for someone like me to own a gun. Now, if I was in law enforcement or previous law enforcement, they do make it a little bit easier. However, for someone like myself, and if I'm living by myself in a city that is ridden with crime like Washington, D.C. or Chicago, or you name the city, I cannot own a gun. In Florida, I can. I take a class, I get properly trained, and I can own a gun. But in D.C., I can't, yet the criminals can. And so this, you know, sparks a larger debate on why law-abiding individuals can't own a gun to protect themselves, their families, their loved ones. If I walk into a Walmart and there's an active shooter, I can't protect myself if I'm in Washington, D.C. I can if I'm in Florida and states that protect those individuals who want to own guns.
Okay, well, you've brought us onto our next topic inadvertently, because I wanted to ask you a bit more about the situation in Washington, because that's been very much in the headlines, with President Trump declaring a crime emergency there at the US Capitol. I mean, just how bad is the situation, and what sort of crime are we talking about there?
So as a native Washingtonian, I can kind of run you through the eras of crime in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. has been known for crime. We had a mayor, Marion Barry, in the late 80s, and he actually was engaged in hiring prostitutes, and he did crack himself, and they actually set up a sting and busted him in a hotel in Washington, D.C. in 1989. Or it might have been 1990. So this is a city that has been plagued with crime and drugs. What is interesting is that it has been drug-ridden and crime-ridden for so long, but it has gotten by far exponentially worse since COVID. Why is that? Because the city of DC shut down. Until President Trump took office, government employees didn't even have to go back to work. So imagine from 2020 to 2025, the city basically had no one going to work. The requirement for under White House personnel rules was you had to show up twice every pay period. So the city was basically deserted, businesses deserted. So you had crime sprees going on. Carjackings were up over 500% in Washington, D.C. Robberies, major crimes happening in areas that you wouldn't imagine this would happen. I'm sure you heard 2 months ago, a summer intern working on Capitol Hill, wasn't even 20 years old. He was murdered. In a very safe, what is considered a safe part of Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C., where the homes are well north of $1 million US. And so what President Trump is now doing is he's cracking down on the crime that's happening there, and the results are in. Today, Muriel Bowser, the mayor of Washington, D.C., posted the crime statistics. Overall, violent crime is down 48% from this time period, so from August 7th to the 24th of August, 2024, to the current exact same days in 2025. That's how much the violence has gone down in that same time period. So you are seeing instant results. No one can dispute it. And President Trump is saying, we're going to make Washington, D.C. safe for people again. And he already has. The proof is there. The stats don't lie. And what he wants to do, obviously, which may be where we segue into, is he wants to look at other cities in America that deserve the same thing that Washington, D.C. does, like Baltimore, which is just 40 minutes from Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Amanda, which other cities might President Trump have his eye on? If it's worked in D.C., he's obviously going to try to apply the same formula elsewhere. I mean, one of the cities I heard about was New York. Is that a possibility?
So I've heard more often than New York, I've heard Chicago. Now, that may be because he's gone after the mayor of Chicago as well as the governor of Illinois. So I think Chicago may be next. Philadelphia, I've heard, and Baltimore. I think Baltimore because of its close proximity to Washington, D.C., as I said, just about 40 minutes away. One of the most crime-ridden cities in America. And the problem here really lies with Washington, D.C. as a territory that the executive branch does have more control over than obviously autonomous cities like Chicago and New York City, or you name the city. So Washington, D.C. is in a category of its own as far as legal challenges that could ensue. But when you see the interviews that are happening in the streets, reporters talking to women, men, people from all walks of life, older, younger, they all want to see their cities come back to being safe again. They don't feel safe. And one thing I always like to tell people, and someone else said this, I heard on a network, was that your feelings don't care about facts. And so if someone says, but look at the facts in Chicago, the facts show we've had less murders or less, it doesn't matter. If people don't feel safe, they don't care what your facts are. They care about their feelings. And their feelings right now are Chicago, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, D.C., these are unsafe cities. They feel unsafe. They want protection. They want the president to come in and clean up these cities. And that's exactly what he's doing. And this is not a bipartisan issue. This is Republicans and Democrats and independents, and whoever you are, you want to feel safe. You want your family to feel safe. Yeah, absolutely. I just want to move on to our next topic, which is a bit of a diplomatic spat between Washington and Copenhagen. We've had the U.S. chargé d'affaires summoned by the Danish authorities. This relates to Greenland. Just tell us a bit more what this is all about. Well, Vice President J.D. Vance visited Greenland with his wife back in March. And the president spoke at the State of the Union, as he did after, in a social media post, saying, we're not trying to take Greenland away from them. What we're trying to do is make sure that they are being best served. Is the Kingdom of Denmark serving them the best way that they can, or is another country better equipped to take care of this country. And of course, President Trump has made no bones about it. Greenland is important strategically, not just for the United States, but for the global stage, whether it's the threat of Russia or China. The strategic location of Greenland makes it very important on the world stage. So I think he's been very forthcoming about what he wants, but also realizing and recognizing that the people of Greenland will ultimately make that decision. But I think President Trump, being the negotiator that he is, he believes that if you offer them a better offer than what they're getting, maybe they will come. And so I think we will wait to see what happens. Obviously, Denmark is very unhappy about this and, is kind of calling this out and saying, we need to convene because they shouldn't be doing this. But really, it's the people of Greenland that get to make that decision.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We really appreciate you taking the time to talk through all of those developments there in the past week in the United States. Amanda Mackie, Republican strategist, lawyer, and friend of this channel. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Dear viewers of Al Arabiya channel, we would like to greet you from the capital of the Republic of Azerbaijan, the beautiful city of Baku. Today, I will have the honor of conducting a special interview with the President of Azerbaijan, Ilham Aliyev. Of course, this meeting comes in the period following the agreement signed between Armenia and Azerbaijan with the support of US President Donald Trump. Today, we are living through those historic days, and we will discuss this very issue. At the same time, we will also talk about Azerbaijan's role between East and West. Likewise, we will discuss Azerbaijan's role in the South Caucasus. Mr. President, welcome to Al Arabiya channel.
Very good to see you. Welcome to Azerbaijan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. With your permission, I would now like to refer to that historic agreement signed between Armenia and Azerbaijan through the mediation efforts of Donald Trump. I would like to know your vision in general and how long will it go after all?
Well, I think what happened in Washington on the 8th of August is actually the end of confrontation and end of standoff. We've been for a long time at war with Armenia. It was Armenia which occupied Azerbaijani territory since the beginning of the 90s. And at that time, Azerbaijan was very weak. We didn't have army. And Armenia had external supporters who supported them in occupation of Azerbaijani territories. So almost 20% of our territories were occupied by them, and we had 1 million refugees. So at that time, it was one of the highest ratio per capita. Population of Azerbaijan was 8 million, so 1 million were homeless. The first Karabakh war ended in 1994 by ceasefire, and we were engaged in the series of endless and, as we've seen, useless negotiations, which lasted until 2020, when the Second Karabakh War started and we liberated our internationally recognized territories. Almost 5 years ago, during the 44 years liberation war, Azerbaijan restored justice, international law, and its dignity, and returned our lands. So after that, there was a certain vacuum in the process because at that time mediators didn't know what they should do next. And it was again Azerbaijan which offered to start a peace process with Armenia. Again, we initiated the format of negotiations. We introduced the draft of peace agreement. And actually, what was initialed in Washington on 8th of August was based on Azerbaijani version of how we see interstate relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan should be framed. So negotiation lasted, as I said, for several years and ended in Washington with great support from President Trump and his team. So actually, I think that this is the end of conflict, end of war. Formally, the peace agreement was not signed for one particular reason, that there is still provision in Armenian constitution which puts under doubt Azerbaijan's territorial integrity. So they will make amendment, as far as we understand, and as soon as this amendment to constitution is done and territorial claims to Azerbaijan are deducted from the constitution, the formal peace agreement will be signed. But the fact that Azerbaijan and Armenia in White House, in front of President Trump, initialed this document means that it's the end of war which lasted in stages for more than 30 years. And it opens absolutely new opportunities for the region of Southern Caucasus and for a broader region of Central Asia and Middle East.
فخامة الرئيس بما أنك تتحدث عن التعديل بالمؤسسات الدستورية داخل Mr. President, you noted the amendment to the Armenian constitution, and now when we talk about the peace, is there any internal political change? If it happens in Armenia, will it harm the process?
It's difficult to say. I can only guess. I hope that nothing will interfere into the process. But again, I don't have 100% guarantees because I'm not well aware about the internal politics of Armenia. We know that next summer they will have a parliamentary elections. We know that they're working on the draft of new constitution. But if there is a strong external interference, yes, we may think that something can break what has been agreed, but that will be very harmful for Armenia itself, because no matter who signed the documents in Washington, they were signed on behalf of Armenia by Armenian leader. And if something happens there with respect to the changes, and they will step back from what has been signed, that will seriously deteriorate relations between Armenia and United States, and not only United States, but international community supported this process. European Union supported, Turkey supported, our friends in Arab countries supported. So the whole international community were positive with respect to that. So breaking this arrangement means to go against the entire world and what they will earn. For Armenia, what was signed in Washington is a guarantee for peace and for stable development. I spoke a little bit about the First Karabakh War, but you know, in order to illustrate what happened to us, probably we will need days and months. There was an ethnic cleansing, there was a Khojaly genocide, innocent people were killed. We still have more than 3,000 people missing. And there was a strong emotional feelings here in Azerbaijan. Even when the war of 2020 ended with our victory, still there were people in Azerbaijan who demanded revenge. But I told at that time when I addressed the people that we took revenge on the battlefield. We will not do to them what they've done to us, because what they've done to us were war crimes. So what I'm trying to say is that if any future government of Armenia, no matter when this government or if it comes to power, will put under doubt what has been signed in Washington, then Armenia will face serious complications. Because the balance of powers in the region is absolutely in our favor from all points of view. I think it's obvious to everyone. And if Armenia would again put under doubt our territorial integrity, we will respond adequately. The importance of what has been signed in Washington is that both sides recognize territorial integrity of each other and will plan their future interaction based on this fundamental thesis of international law. So if they stop recognizing our territorial integrity, we will do the same with their territorial integrity, and who will win and who will lose, I think it's a rhetoric question. So I think that there'll be enough wisdom and reasonable approach from any future Armenian government not to put under doubt what we agreed in Washington. And again, it's agreement between two states. It's not agreement between Pashinyan and myself.
Sure. سيد الرئيس بما أنك تتحدث عن يعني ضرورة أن يبقى هذا. Mr. President, as you have noted, the understanding should stay stable in the future. And there were a lot of tragedies in Nagorno-Karabakh. How you have started the reconstruction? Because we would like to know the IDPs, both Armenian and Azerbaijani. And in addition to that, did the Minsk group end by this signing?
Yes, the solution of the Minsk group was one of the conditions which Azerbaijan put forward in the very first stages of negotiations, and our logic was based on the fact that when Minsk group was created by OSCE in 1992, it was created to address the Karabakh conflict. So when Armenia officially recognizes Karabakh as part of Azerbaijan, and when they say that the conflict is over, that means that the legal existence of Minsk group is absurd. And if they insist on keeping it alive, that means that they still have territorial claims to Karabakh. So that was the logic which was the basis for our position. And it took us a lot of time and effort to persuade Armenia to agree that both sides should write a letter to OSCE in order to dissolve the Minsk group, what happened in the presence of President Trump. So now the process has started, and that will be the legal death of Minsk group because it's already dysfunctional for almost 5 years. With respect to IDPs, during the First Karabakh War, there have been no Armenian IDPs because Azerbaijan did not occupy territory of Armenia. They occupied our territory. That's why we had so many refugees and IDPs which lived in difficult conditions during these years. We introduced the program of the resettlement even during the times of occupation because absolute majority of them lived in tent camps for more than a decade. So we started to abolish tent camps as soon as I became president, and we finished that process in 2007. But still, tens of thousands of them lived in very poor conditions. So now the process of return, based on the program which is called the Program of Great Return, have started. And we already settled more than 50,000 of former IDPs in the liberated territories. And the process is continuing. There have been two major impediments. First, landmines. Armenians have planted more than 1 million landmines during the times of occupation. And after the Second Karabakh War ended in November 2020 until today, we have almost 400 casualties. More than 70 killed and the rest severely injured because of the landmines. So these landmines do not allow us to have a broad, large-scale reconstruction process because we need first to provide safety. And second, it was a total destruction of infrastructure in Karabakh. Our cities and villages were leveled to ground. Sanitation, water supply, electricity, railroads, highways, all was totally ruined. So we spent most of our money in these first years of reconstruction to build infrastructure, and in parallel to build villages and cities. So now we are almost in the final stage of infrastructural development. I think the full infrastructure projects will be ready maybe in 2-3 years. And now we spend more money for housing projects. So it's now visible, like buildings are coming from the middle of nowhere. And our plan is to provide decent housing conditions, jobs for all the former IDPs, and the process has started. As I said, more than 50,000 already live on their ancestral lands.
Mr. President, one of the main issues arising from the agreement was to make Azerbaijani dream come true. What we talk about it is the dream of Zanzibar corridor that come true, or what we call Trump route. Why Trump route has come to the table? In addition to that, which stage will this Trump route promise for Azerbaijan to undergo? Of course, this corridor will play an important strategic role between Azerbaijan and Europe.
In order to answer this question, I should go into a little bit of history and just to explain the people who watch us how it happened that Azerbaijan is divided in two. So it was done in the first months of Sovietization of Azerbaijan. When Russian Empire collapsed in 1917, Azerbaijan established Azerbaijan Democratic Republic. It was the first democratic republic in the Muslim world, which was established in May 1918. And it lived until April 1920, when Russian army invaded Azerbaijan and occupied it. The Bolsheviks, which made a revolution in 1917, they lied to people because their slogans were factories to workers, land to farmers, freedom to peoples. And that's how Azerbaijani people became free. We established our own state. But Bolsheviks took it from us. So in April 1920, Russian army invaded Azerbaijan and occupied it. In November 1920, just several months after that, Soviet Russian government decided to take Zangezur, we call it Western Zangezur, from Azerbaijan and to give it to Armenia. And that's how Azerbaijan became divided in two, mainland and Nakhchivan. And Western Zangezur was just in between. During the Soviet times, it was not a problem because there were no borders and there was no wars. So people could go freely by cars or by railroad from mainland to Nakhchivan. But after Armenia launched aggression against Azerbaijan, they cut that connection line, they cut the corridor. And today, in order to get to Nakhchivan, we have either to fly there or to go by buses or by cars through the territory of Iran, or even longer route to go through the territory of Georgia, Turkey, and then enter Nakhchivan. So it's a lot of inconvenience and a lot of problems. So after Second Karabakh War ended with our victory, we could have taken that part by force. At that time, Armenian army was totally demoralized. There have been 12,000 deserters, people who ran from war, in Armenian army, and 0 in Azerbaijani army. Azerbaijani army was motivated, people were motivated, and there was no one in front of us. We just stopped on the 10th of November 2020 on our border. We didn't take that part by force, but we told Armenia that they cannot block us from communications with Nakhchivan. So for almost 5 years, we've been negotiating with them about these connectivity lines. In the meantime, we started to build railroad towards Armenian border to connect it with Nakhchivan, and started to build highways. Highway project probably will be ready next year, as well as a railroad. But during these almost 5 years of negotiations, Armenia was not demonstrating constructive approach with respect to our demands or legitimate requests. So when President Trump and his team started to be involved in the process and wanted to facilitate, so our message to them was, without Zangezur corridor being operational and being safe, so that Azerbaijani citizens can go safely this 40+ kilometers route, there must be strong security guarantees. There must be international security guarantees. So only security guarantees from Armenia will not be enough. So Trump's administration accepted this legitimate concern with a proper attitude, and that's how it turned into TRIP, Trump Route for International Peace and Prosperity. So now when President Trump gave his name to Zangezur corridor, I'm sure that it will materialize very soon. From point of building the physical infrastructure, I mean the railroad, it should not take a long time because it's only 42 kilometers. If we were to build it, we would have done it in 1 year. Maybe for Armenia, it will need some more years because we have more experience in building railroads.
By American investors?
It is not yet decided, but yes, it is possible to be done by American investors. Actually, for us, it doesn't matter. For us, important is that it is built, and important is that there is international security guarantees. In other words, when Azerbaijanis travel from Nakhchivan to mainland and backwards, they should not feel discomfort. They should not be afraid of their security, taking into account the long-lasting standoff and the hostility. So now I think it is very close to be implemented, and it's now for Armenia to do their part of the job. As far as we're concerned, again, I'd like to say that all infrastructure to connect two parts of Azerbaijan on our territory is now being implemented. But it's not only about connection to parts of Azerbaijan, it's about building a new transportation line. Today, the Middle Corridor, one of its branches, which goes across the Caspian from Asia, goes from Azerbaijan to Georgia, to Turkey, and then to Europe, and also to Georgian seaports. This is the only way how to connect Asia with Europe through Azerbaijan. So Zangezur corridor or trip will give alternative. So the second corridor will go through the territory of Armenia. And this is a benefit to Armenia. And I was trying to deliver this message to my Armenian colleagues that they will eventually become a transit country. Every country, if has a potential, tries to become a transit country.
Yeah.
We, for instance, we want to be a transit country. We want corridors to cross Azerbaijan from east to west, north to south. Armenia, because of occupation, was deprived from that. There is no transit going across the country. So with Zangezur corridor, Armenia will get transit fees from transportation, and taking into account that the volumes of cargoes from Asia to Europe through Azerbaijan is growing year after year, I'm sure that the Zangezur corridor will be important transportation link which will connect the continents.
بما أنك تتحدث سيد الرئيس عن أهمية زانجيزور.
Mr. President, you have been speaking about the importance of Zanzibar. Following the signing process, there are two teams, I mean Russian and Iran. I will start with Iranian. As far as I know, the Iranian president visited Azerbaijan. He has even Azerbaijani origin. He spoke here in Azerbaijani. For the time being, following these geopolitical changes, how do you see the relations between Azerbaijan and Iran?
Yes, you're right. The president of Iran visited Azerbaijan. Actually, he visited Azerbaijan twice. First, on official visit, and second, he attended the summit of Economic Cooperation Organization in liberated Karabakh in the city of Khankandi. And we established very good working relations with him. Yes, you're absolutely right. He's Azerbaijani. He's the same blood as I am. We speak the same language. We don't need interpreters. And by the way, he knows Azerbaijani poems better than I do. And actually, he demonstrated here during one of the public events his knowledge about the Azerbaijani poetry, and he doesn't need any notes. He's a very talented person. So this is really a good opportunity, and I think our personal relations and relations between his administration and my administration are very constructive and very friendly. And with respect to official position of Iran towards the new development, we consider it as very reasonable and very positive. When I say official position, I mean the position of president and foreign minister. This is official position.
The other positioning?
Other? Well, we are basing our policy based on those politicians which have been elected by the people of Iran and which have a mandate to implement their duties, and these are president. There have been certain voices of some former officials which now are named like advisors. I don't know what kind of advisors they give. Immediately that reaction was very...
You talk about the advisors of the Murshid and
yes,
some other advisors.
Yes, yes. So this position for us is not important at all. It has zero importance to us because our interstate relations are between the governments, between the presidents, between foreign ministers. Therefore, we totally ignore these false narratives which have been articulated by so-called advisors. So for us, everything is clear. Position of president is absolutely reasonable and is based on the fact that Zangezur corridor is not in any way a threat to Iran. There have been a lot of rumors in some media, in some internet sites that Azerbaijan is planning to occupy Zangezur. Azerbaijan is planning to cut Iranian-Armenian border, and that was absolutely false. We didn't have such an intention. Again, if we wanted to do it, we would have done it. In November 2020, it was very easy to do, and throughout all these 5 years, it was very easy to do. It's only 40 kilometers.
Yeah.
Just from military point of view, it will take not much time. Just from both sides you come, from Nakhchivan and from mainland, and you take it.
Azerbaijan has the power, the military power to do it.
Of course, of course. And everybody knows it. And even those who give bad advices, they know it, that we have this power. We didn't do it because we are not aggressors. We are not country which occupies. We are people and country which liberates. That's what we've done.
Yeah.
And our war was a just war, was a liberation war.
No.
It was war on our soil, a war of restoration of justice. So from this point of view, I think that all these rumors that we were planning to cut Armenian-Iranian border now are absolutely groundless. Everybody knows that. By the way, during this 5 years' time, when Armenia was blocking the opening of Zangezur corridor, we agreed with the Iranian government, again, government to government, to build a bypass on Iranian territory. And it was called Araz corridor, by the name of the river Araz. So Azerbaijan already invests a lot of money in building the bridge over the Araz river to bypass Armenia. So if you look at the map, you'll see it's not difficult to do. You just come to the Armenian-Azerbaijani border and then make a turn to the left, build a bridge across the river, and go 40 kilometers on Iranian territory and then enter Nakhchivan again. So this project is already in the phase of implementation. So when corridors through Armenia is opened, so we will have two ways. We will have more opportunities to deliver cargo. One way through Iran, another way through Armenia. We also discussed with our Iranian colleagues from the government that there may be necessity to build a railroad on Iranian side of the river. If that happens, if Iran does it, then part of cargoes will go through Iran. And what is more important, which some advisors which give bad advices do not understand, this is not only between Azerbaijan and Azerbaijan, not only between East and West, but it is also between North and South.
Will
the Zangezur affect the North Corridor in Iran?
No, it will only help. Because first, the North-South corridor, which originally was planned and designed, goes from Northern Europe, Russia, Azerbaijan, Iran, just straight line. If you look at the map, it goes on the territory of Azerbaijan, partly just by the shore of the Caspian Sea.
Will they meet at some point?
Now, yes. So this is authentic north-south corridor, which is fully built on Azerbaijani territory. We have full railroad and highway connection between the Russian border and Iranian border. The missing part is on the territory of Iran. They need to build some 150 or more kilometers, but that will take time, maybe several years. What can happen with connection between north and south? It can go through Zangezur. Again, if you imagine the map, it can go from Northern Europe to Russia, to Azerbaijan, and then from Azerbaijan, it can go to Zangezur, enter Nakhchivan, and from Nakhchivan, we have a railroad connection with Iran. So actually, the Zangezur corridor will not only be east-west, but also north-south transportation corridor. And instead of one north-south route from Russia to Iran, Azerbaijan, Iran, we will have another one from Russia to Azerbaijan, Armenia, Nakhchivan, Iran. So it will be, I think, a win-win situation for the whole region, and there'll be no losers. And I know that Iranian government, coming back to your question, understands it, and Azerbaijan will do everything in order to strengthen regional cooperation between all the countries of the region.
روسيا بالجانب الآخر.
Currently, Russia, on the other side, as we know, there was a shooting down of Azerbaijani plane, and the relations are not the same. Will it be an attempt to revise the diplomatic relations?
وكيف تصف العلاقة اليوم بعدما كانت تعتبر جيدة؟
The shooting of Azerbaijani civilian plane by Russia and the reaction of Russian officials to that create a very big frustration and disappointment in Azerbaijan. First, this shooting shouldn't have happened in the first place, because when there are drone attacks on Russian airports, they announce the special regime. They call it a carpet, in Russian kovер, and all the planes get a signal that there is a drone attack, and they turn back. 2 weeks before the crash, the same happened with our plane, which was flying to the same Russian city, and they got this signal, so they turned back. This time, they did not give this signal. They gave the signal after the plane already was shot down. So they did it in order just to mislead those who would investigate. They shot it twice. Only professionalism and courage of the pilots made it possible for plane to land. And fortunately, it landed in Kazakhstan, not in Russia. If it landed in Russia, now, judging by how Russian investigation goes, I'm absolutely sure they would have tried to hide all the evidences. It landed in Kazakhstan, and there was a crash. Some people survived, and we have those who gave evidence. We have 2 people who were in the plane who were injured by the shrapnel which penetrated the fuselage. We have remainings of the plane, and immediately I sent the team. It's not far away, it's only 40 minutes flight. Immediately our team was there on the site, and they filmed everything. So you can find it on internet. All the fuselage was in holes of shrapnel. And to say that that were birds or Ukrainian drone which hit the plane is absurd. It was damaged by Russian air defense system. We know which system, we know who gave the orders, we know the names of those people who are responsible for that, and we know those who want to cover up. So shooting the plane should have happened in the first place, but that was a tragic mistake. But behavior of Russian officials after that, this is unacceptable.
After all this, it's just a quick question. After all this attitude, I mean Russian attitude, are you afraid from any Russian movement in the area to stop what Azerbaijan is trying to do? I mean, on geographical level, on in the corridor and everything.
Well, they have their military base in Armenia with several thousand military personnel. At the same time, Armenian border with Iran and Turkey are protected by Russian border security. There is not a single Russian soldier on Azerbaijani soil.
Yes.
So what may happen in Armenia, I don't know. But I don't want to think about this negative scenario.
Yes. سأنتقل إلى الشرق الأوسط.
Let me switch to something else in the Middle East. You have also played a mediation role between Middle East and Israel. You are providing your support to bring natural gas to Syria. The current developments between Syria and Israel and steps that are made between them, to what point are you searching peace between Israel and Syria? Is there something promising between these two countries?
Well, I think that there are chances for normalization of relations between Israel and Syria. First, I'd like to come to your comments about natural gas to Syria. You know, we didn't have any relations with the government of President Assad for more than a decade. They treated Azerbaijan in a very unfair way. In our confrontation with Armenia, they took Armenian side, which for us was very strange, because we enjoyed a very strong support from Muslim countries during the years of occupation. And Islamic Cooperation Organization always supported us. So Azerbaijan is a country which highly values the principles of Islamic solidarity. So aligning with Armenia against Azerbaijan, aligning with a country which demolished mosques and kept pigs and cows in mosques, for us was unacceptable. So both sides, the team of President Assad and our team, cut all the contacts. So for more than a decade. So when the new government in Syria came to power, we were very enthusiastic about that, and definitely we supported that. And I had a meeting with Ahmed al-Shara in Turkey this April, and invited him to visit Azerbaijan, and he came on official visit. And we started to provide humanitarian assistance to Syria. I sent a big team to Syria, led by the Deputy Prime Minister, to see how we can be helpful, what we can do. We only want peace for this country, for these people who suffered for so many years. And we want that they live in peace and to see development there. So this started. And then the issue of shortage of electricity came to our attention, and we started to think how we can be helpful. And we had a trilateral and even quadrilateral arrangement between Azerbaijan, Syria, Turkey, and Qatar in order to help Syria with natural gas, to convert it into electricity. So the ceremony of the beginning of that process took place on the 2nd of August. Azerbaijani gas through Turkey is coming to Syria, and the Qatar government was so generous to provide funds for that. So far we agreed about 1.2 billion cubic meters of natural gas to Syria, but their demands are higher. So in the future we can increase the volume of gas so that they have less shortages. In the meantime, negotiations between officials from Israel and Syria took place with our mediation. We want peace around us. We, as a country and people who suffered from aggression, from war, we understand what it is to be refugee, what it is to be homeless, not to have gas, electricity, water, or food. So we actually became already for many years a donor country. We provide financial support, humanitarian support to almost 100 countries, 80 plus countries. So our goal was only to help to have normalization and to create a predictable situation between Israel and Syria. And if we helped a little bit, we are happy with that. We see that there is a potential for normalization, and that will bring additional elements of peace and predictability to the
But
Middle East.
Israel, they agreed on having this normalization while respecting the unity of Syria?
Yes, definitely. Azerbaijan, as a country which suffered from violation of territorial integrity, supports territorial integrity of all the countries. And our position on that is straightforward. And again, coming back to what we discussed about Azerbaijan-Russian relations, we, from the very first days of Russian invasion to Ukraine, supported Ukraine's territorial integrity and continue to support it. And of course, unity and territorial integrity of Syria is number one precondition for any kind of relationship. And not only legal unity and control of the boundaries, but physical unity. The country must have a centralized system, or at least a system which operates and functions with respect to political institutions. We are strongly against any forms of separatism, whether it was in Karabakh or in Syria or in any other place of the world.
So we understand that Azerbaijan under your leadership is playing an important role. So we understand that Azerbaijan under your leadership is playing an important role in the mediation. What about Turkey and Israel? Your mediation between these two countries, especially that we talk about the Kurd file there. What about the current mediation between Israel and Turkey?
Well, we are trying to be helpful when we see that there is a chance for normalization. And during the first stage of normalization between Turkey and Israel, Azerbaijani role was appreciated by both countries. And you know, there was a visit of Israeli President Isaac Herzog to Turkey. And so we were happy that two countries are now finding the common grounds. At the moment, relationship between Turkey and Israel are more tense than ever before. Therefore, if we are asked to step in, we will do it. If not, we will try just to use maybe some not very public diplomatic efforts in order to help to find a ground, because the most important is safety and security. We know very well the value of security. We've been at war in different forms of war for more than 30 years. So it makes you totally preoccupied with that. For me, as a president, for 17 years, since I became president until we liberated Karabakh, that was issue number one, number two, number 10. I was totally preoccupied then, day and night. So it, of course, distracted not only me, but the whole team from many other things which could have done maybe more faster and in a more efficient way. So any potential threat, any even hypothetical threat of physical confrontation is harmful.
Yeah.
It's harmful for people, for countries, for the economy, for the credit rating, for everything.
Mm-hmm.
So we are trying to provide, based on our experience, because we had experience of being occupied, we have experience of being a victorious country, we have experience being at war, and now we have experience how to reach peace. So we know how to do it. And also our diversified foreign policy directions also allows Azerbaijan to be in the middle of events, because not many countries today can talk in a very sincere way to those who are now in difficult terms. So we are ready to do it. We hope it will work. But of course, we don't want to impose ourselves on anyone. We just do what is necessary when we are asked for that.
Currently in the Middle East, there is a big role played by Azerbaijan, and this role is measured by not only natural gas of Azerbaijan. The natural gas of Azerbaijan goes to European countries and to Eastern countries. Is it possible that natural gas from Azerbaijan can go to some Arabian countries like Egypt or any other country around Syria? And will it help the situation there in general?
With respect to energy, so yes, you're right, our main destination for natural gas is Europe. We provide gas to 10 European countries. 8 of them are members of EU. So for these countries, Azerbaijani gas really plays an important role in the energy security, and this role will grow. I already publicly announced our plans for the coming years. By 2030, we will have guaranteed additional 8 billion cubic meters of natural gas, plus to what we have today. And the question is how to use it, in which direction. And of course, entering Middle East with our natural resources is a first experience for us. We think that, as I already said, we can increase the volume of gas to Syria, and also we can provide gas supplies to other countries through Arabian gas pipeline or through other means, through swaps. Also, we are trading energy resources. We are not only selling our own oil and gas, but we are working as an international trader. So our potential is bigger than one can imagine. So from this point of view, I think it's an important factor. With respect to relationship with countries of Middle East, primarily with members of Gulf cooperation countries, are very good, very friendly, and very result-oriented. We have a very strong partnership with these countries, and by the way, our main investors in renewable energy are companies from UAE and Saudi Arabia. So they are our main investors. They already are investing now. And by the way, our renewable potential also should not be underestimated. By 2030 again, based on the signed contracts and investments from primarily UAE and Saudi Arabia and China, we plan to have 6 gigawatts of solar and wind energy. Plus, we are actively building the hydropower stations in Karabakh. Already almost 300 megawatts we already created. So this is important part of relationship between Azerbaijan and members of Gulf cooperation countries, because we have fossil fuel and also we work actively on renewables. And together we can do many good projects. By the way, ADNOC, very important energy company from UAE, became a shareholder of one of our biggest gas fields in the Caspian. At the same time, our state company, SOCAR, became a shareholder of one of the projects in oil development in UAE. We really are now in the active phase of working on a broad investment portfolio. Political relations are excellent, so we concentrate on practical investment projects in energy and not only. In hospitality, in tourism, in agriculture, so many projects are in the pipeline. For instance, one of the leading company of Saudi Arabia was selected by us as a partner in building the desalination plant here on the Caspian shore, which will provide a lot of opportunities for agriculture and also for people. So this is a big part of our foreign policy agenda. I would say one of the main priorities of our foreign policy, cooperation with the countries of the Gulf.
And also, how are the relations between Azerbaijan and Arab countries? In addition, Mr. President, we think that your country is playing an important role in the regional process. Is there any step that can be taken by Azerbaijan to make good relations between the Sunni and Shia communities? Not necessarily inside of Azerbaijan, I'm talking in general.
Well, you know, in Azerbaijani society, Muslims of all faiths live as one family. And there was never any kind of division between different branches of Islam, I think.
Not here, in the area, I mean.
Yes, but for addressing...
To have it as a platform, like you are a mediator, and to have it as a platform of communication between them.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right, but this is based on our experience. It is based on not only slogans, not only statements, because there can be many statements, but you need to look to the core of the issue, to look how these issues are being addressed in Azerbaijan. For us, first is national ethnic identity. Second is citizenship, or maybe also the first is citizenship, along with ethnic identity. And this sectorial issue for absolute majority of Azerbaijan is absolutely nowhere, even not on the 100th place. And Azerbaijanis, they are, as an ethnic group, they consist of representatives of different branches of Islam, but we all are united by our ethnicity, by our language, and by our state. And not only Muslims, representatives of other religions in Azerbaijan, they feel the same. What we've done here during the period of independence was to strengthen these positive trends. And it's one of the few countries where Shia and Sunni Muslims pray at the same time, at the same mosque, and we do not divide. And we think that the biggest threat to Muslim world is sectorial division. And those who advocate for sectorial division do the most harmful thing to the Muslim world. We must be united. We are Muslims, and for us, this is number one. Absolutely free from any foreign interference, because we had not only advocate for these values, we also had to protect ourselves ideologically from any kinds of penetration, from any kinds of attempts to spread the seeds of hatred between the Muslims. So this is highly valued in the Muslim world. And my numerous meetings with the leading religious leaders of the Muslim world demonstrate that in Muslim world, in political spectrum or in religious spectrums, there is a high appreciation of our role. So we demonstrate that it is possible, and we demonstrate the success story, and we demonstrate that there is a peace, stability, and comfort. So this is what people need. The people need to live in peace, to raise their children, to live happily, to have jobs, not to be afraid that the bombs will fall on their head or someone will put a bomb in your, neighborhood. So we do many things on intercultural dialogue. We have regular international conferences on intercultural dialogue every second year, where we address all these important issues, not only issues which are important for the Muslims, but for the all religions. From this point of view, our role is mainly based on what we have done here, and this how it can be done in other places. And I think that now in a political circle of absolute majority of Muslim countries, I have a lot of contact between the presidents. There is understanding that Muslims must be united, and sectarial division is a threat to our unity.
So you meet with the vision of Gulf country, peace for prosperity.
Exactly.
Yes. سيد الرئيس التقيت
Mr. President, you had a meeting with President Trump, and he's considered as an exceptional figure among American presidents. What impressed you the most during that meeting? Will you really nominate him for the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yes, exactly. Together with Armenian colleague, we nominated President Trump for Nobel Peace Prize. He really deserves it. As I said in my comments in Washington, in several months, he made a miracle in Africa, in Asia, in Southern Caucasus. And this is his character, this is his nature. He wants peace. He is a person which is absolutely different from a traditional image of Western leader. He is very friendly. He is very generous. He was so generous to give all his gifts, even more that was planned. He really was a person who deserves a lot of credit. That was my first meeting with him, and but my attitude to him as a politician was always positive, even during his first term, though at that time we didn't have a chance to meet. And especially when he was deprived from being elected by the electoral fraud of deep state representatives. They stole his victory. And what he is saying about putting an end to mail-in ballot is absolutely right thing to do, because American administrations always like to lecture the whole world how to live, how to build democracy, how
That's so
to
true.
we all know that, how to address elections, but they themselves made the biggest election fraud against President Trump, depriving him from victory. So during that time when he was not a president, he behaved in a very decent manner. He demonstrated great courage and dignity, and to come back in America with all these frogs in the swamp, you know, like USID, Radio Liberty, fake news like Washington Post, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Newsweek, all of them were against him. All of them were demonizing him the same way how they demonized me, for instance. Not maybe the same level, but the same way, spreading rumors,
هذا حصل that happened during Biden time when he insisted on keeping the 907.
Yes, exactly. Biden reimposed 907. 907 was lifted in 2001. Why? Because they needed us in Afghanistan. They needed our sky, they needed our sea, they needed the railroad. We provided very important support to American logistics and transportation. So as soon as Biden ran away from Afghanistan, they reimposed the sanction on us. So can you be so unthankful? What we would think about you, and we cut all the relations with them. With Biden administration, it was zero. It was a disaster. So Trump is absolutely different. He is a person which not only, I'm sure, will make America again great, he will make America again to be admired, as we all did in all times, when America was a symbol of prosperity, of freedom, of development. He will do it, I'm sure. If he managed in 6 months to bring peace to so many locations, he will do it, but he has a strong resistance. The system is against him. And also what I'd like to underline, especially what touched me, was how he behaved during that assassination attempt. That cannot be played. No speechwriter, no political advisor can do it. That's how the person reacts. He's a brave man and great leader, and I am proud, really proud, that he treats me as a friend.
Mr. President, let me conclude with my final question. Azerbaijan plays an important role among the Turkish-speaking states. How do you see this role, and how do you envision Azerbaijan's role in its region and neighborhood in the future?
Well, organization of Turkic states has great potential now. Azerbaijan was always straightforward in strengthening this institution. It started as a kind of a group of countries, as a consultative group, as a council, but then it transformed. So it has a great potential. And our close relations with Turkey, which are now based on alliance declaration, which we signed with President Erdogan in Shusha in 2021, which makes us military allies and political allies from legal point of view. It's an important factor not only for both countries, but for the whole Turkish world. Last year we signed an alliance agreement with Uzbekistan and also with other members of Organization of Turkish States. We have strategic partnership agreements or declaration. So it's a big potential. We are united by our roots, which makes this organization unique. Because if you look at other international organizations, not all of them, or maybe I don't know which of them, also is united by the common ethnic root. Yeah, we are different peoples, but we have all common, our roots coming from the Turkic ethnicity. We have growing population, which is also an important factor for every country. When it is supported by economic development, it is advantage. Sometimes it's disadvantage when countries are poor, but our countries, they are not poor. We have natural resources, not in every country, but in many. We have broad geography. Turkey is a leading military force on the global scale. In NATO, it's second army after United States. Azerbaijani army also demonstrated itself on the battlefield, not on parades. And connectivity. And when we talk about today about corridors, you cannot avoid us. You cannot. You should use us, our territories, our facilities. And also important is that in all members of organization, there is a political stability and friendly relations between each other and between all. So this is really makes organization unique, so we need to strengthen it. And we need to strengthen it by concrete projects, by investments, by energy, by transportation, by cultural projects. So I see in the future this organization as one of the important global actors. So our view is to transform it into a global actor which can play a role on international arena, which not only be preoccupied with our internal issues, but to play a stabilizing role on international arena, positive role, generating opportunities for the neighbors, and demonstrating that on such a huge geography, you can build a strong unity which is not a threat to anyone, but which is an opportunity to many.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are pleased to see you again. Thank you for giving us your time. Thank you for receiving us here in Baku. Mr. President, thank you very much. Dear viewers, with this, our special interview comes to an end. We had the honor of interviewing the President of Azerbaijan in the capital city of Baku.
شكرا لحسن المتابعة وإلى اللقاء.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.